Naja. Oh, was ein Wetterchen. Was ein hübsches Wetterchen. Wow. Moin, moin und hallo, herzlich willkommen zu einer Gewitterausgabe des wöchentlichen Heilige Scheiße. Es ist unbeschreiblich. Es ist wirklich unbeschreiblich, was da gerade draußen passiert. Ich weiß nicht, ob man das so gut hört. Ich hoffe, man hört es nicht, um ehrlich zu sein, weil es klingt grausig. And for the all non-German-speaking audience out there in the words on live, hello and welcome. I don't know if you hear it, but right now there's a thunderstorm going on outside. Quite literally! It's thundering and it's storming and it almost ruined my wall. I mean, it ruined my wall, to be honest. But yeah. I don't know if you can hear it. I can definitely hear it, and it is fucking loud. The rain is pouring against the windows. Awesome. So yes. I hope you had a beautiful day. Today we will dive into one of the most anticipated games this year for me. To be exact, Tormented Tides of Numenera. Torment Tides of Numenera. A Kickstarter game. Very, very promising. I'm a bit scared, quite a bit scared, because of the rain and the thunder. Okay, but who cares? Let's dive right into the game. And ignore the rain, please. Oh, I totally forgot something. After this. Dormant Tides of Numenera. It stopped. It stopped raining. Okay, it stopped. It didn't. I hate thunder so much. Powered by Pillars of Eternity. Yes, one of the best games ever made. Oh shit. Oh, it's crawling again. So I forgot to put... I know that nobody will be right now here. I can understand that, but I don't care. So, let's start this game. It is an inexplicable good thing. I hope this is quite okay. And we'll start a new game. I probably need much more things to drink because I have to read. Yay. I will be female, bitch! Your mind wakes in darkness. Oh, it reads.
Aching cold sets into an unfamiliar body. A distant howling surrounds you, louder with each passing second. Insistent and invisible hands slap and tear at the membrane that protects you.
It's too quiet, is it? Give me a second. I will put my mic down. Okay. Must be a bit better, I think. Oh shit, I forgot I totally had that noise thing in. I'm sorry for that. Okay.
Your first emotion is an involuntary and formless panic. You feel you have forgotten something important. As if it once meant the world to you. But the details slip away as you grasp at them. You force your eyes open. Your body is... wait, you are wearing a form-fitting suit of some dark material. You recall that you were wearing something much more elaborate a short time ago. You have smooth, light brown skin, 5 fingers on each hand, 5 toes on each foot. Good muscles, strong but not bulky, and slim hips. Your palms are soft, as if they have not done much labor, but scars and burns on the hands and wrists suggest that you haven't always been careful. Why can't you remember this? Without warning, the cocoon that surrounds you shreds and tears away. You are falling. Above you, a small moon is slowly collapsing in on itself. The world is many kilometers below you.
Ah! It's a bit too long. Flatten out to catch the wind.
Instinctively, you spread your arms and legs, and they respond sluggishly. You stop tumbling head over heels. Though you are still spinning laterally, that motion has calmed as well, and you have space to assess your situation, and perhaps to understand the predicament and the body in which you find yourself. Below you, you see a large landmass. A massive ocean dominates the rest of the visible globe, dotted here and there with island chains. Small moons, unusual structures, and strange machines rush past you in glittering profusion as you plummet toward the ground.
Study the world.
Now you see that this appears to be a huge megacontinent, the only land of any size on this side of the world at least. Great inland seas and lakes dot the land, and curiously, regular mountain ranges march up and down and across. You are falling toward what looks to be a great bay, a sprawling city perched on its shore just to the north. Further to the north and east, you see a broad plain scattered with curious structures, visible even from this height. The northeastern portion of this land looks to be a desert, a strange blue dot like an eye in its exact center. It seems to hold a city in its watery grasp. To its west is a ring of huge mountains, surmounted by enormous carved peaks spewing magma into a central catch basin. What concerns you most right now is the bay below you. It's coming at you quickly.
Try to slow the descent even more. Oh.
You've reached a velocity that could, without irony, best be named
Descent.
You spread your arms and legs and try to catch the draft, and it looks like you'll hit the bay that's rushing toward you, unless you hit the building in its littered waters. A strange web of colors surrounds you, thrown by a figure standing on the balcony of the structure, but it is effective only at slowing your fall. You strike the building hard enough to crack its crystalline structure, and you hear one of the engines that supports it protest and howl, and the agony of the crash overcomes you. And then, darkness.
Darkness. Yay, female. Let's make him a bit more louder. Did you hear that? Did you hear that thunder? Holy shit.
I'm ready.
Jumbled thoughts cloud your head as you study the empty bowl before you. Drops of liquid fall from the ceiling, spattering on the ground next to the bowl. The light from every drop is reflected in the bowl's rounded hollow, as if it hungers for that light and needs to be filled, yet the bowl remains dry. Another drop falls from the ceiling and splashes across the holy shit! Pylons wasted. Carefully. You've encountered the first task. You have 3 stat pools, might, speed, intellect, that you can spend to increase your chance of success. This is called using... Oh, shit, the whole earth is shaking. This is called using effort. To more easily move the ball in front of you, use the left mouse. To spend might for a higher level of effort. Don't worry if you fail this task, and torment failure often results in interesting outcomes. Oops. My bad. Success. Drop by drop the bowl fills, ripples spreading over the blurred outline of your reflection. A pale blue luminescence stretches into the corners of the room. A clear radiance spills across the segmented floor, washing away the nearest shadows and pouring into your mind, melting the ragged edges of the fragmented thoughts. You're not whole, not yet, but you have begun to heal from the damage done in your long fall. A voice calls out from somewhere high above, beyond the reaches of the spreading light. Hello, are you still alive down there? We're up here. Build a path up to us and be careful!
Yes, now.
As soon as you touch the orb, a memory floods your mind. You stand in front of a rusted door. The air is humid and dank. You've had a moment's respite from the waterlogged hell, a bubble of stale air your resting point. You've breathed water before, and you've lived decades beneath the waves, but this body's an air breather, and the constant pressure has been crushing your eyes so subtly. Worse, your companion's mind seems to be wandering from the task at hand. He's a genius with machines, as you well know, but now he seems distracted. The device in his hands is covered in knobs, wires and antennas. He believes it can get the two of you through the corridor, but he's merely staring at it. Perhaps he lost faith in his invention, but that is hardly your concern. The mission cannot be delayed. It must proceed. This is taking too long. Cast a spell and ask Authority to fix the device yourself. You mumble a few words, drawing power from the air around you until a solution appears in your mind. You snatch the device from his hand, rewire it and shove it back at him. Oh, he says, examining your work. Sorry, I was trying to improve the thing. He waves the device at the door, and the stale air of your bubble freshens as the door swings open. A dark hallway lies beyond, a passage that links the waterboarded cells and the aquatic viewing areas. What you seek lies there. Moments later you're on the water again, your hands closing around a strange yet familiar artifact. You needed to complete something. It hovers above a pedestal, rotating in the dark water. An electric current runs through your fingers as your hand crosses the vertical plane of the pedestal. An iridescent field coalesces so fast that the waves of pressure dazes you from a moment. The rising pulse of a sonar alarm ripples through the water. The guards won't be far behind. Use the device to stop then, one of the ciphers in your belt. You run urgent fingers over the devices fastened to your waist, a fog rising in your mind. A few can be used against the guards, but will also turn your skin to synth steel or the surrounding water to boiling wax, hardly ideal. Finally you find a small silver sphere. Setting the sphere in place, you kick desperately for the safety of a nearby alcove. The spear whirls and unfolds into a spiraling vortex. The sphere's center speaks a few polite words in an ancient language, then begins draining the surrounding water into itself with alarming speed. The approaching guards shout and scream as they, too, are sucked into the whirlpool and ripped to pieces. You allow yourself a fleeting smile, but are all too aware that more alarms are going off in the distance. The memory begins to fade, as if you were being drawn backwards through the tunnel, and you hear more pylons rising from the pit. Something is wrong. The events with the orb had settled into that gap in your mind, but the edges of it are rough, as though the memory itself was not truly yours. There is something else. A gust of sore air pulling at you, like a predator inhaling the scent of its prey at the far end of a dark, whispering field. Oh my.
All right.
It's really getting hot in here. Goddamn stupid thunder.
Fine.
Stupid. You stand beside a woman on a verdant crag. Beneath the two of you is a broad plateau towering above the overgrowth far below. Strange machines have been built into the cliffside, presumably for reconnaissance of defense. A metallic disc gleams from the center of the plateau. Your self-aware humanoid machines drill into the base of the cliffs below. If you were looking for a sanctuary, and you were desperately, this seems like the right place. I don't know about this, the woman says, her voice flat and neutral. Her face is turned away from you. What makes this place any more secure than the others ones we found? Draw her attention to the hidden details that your mere experienced eye can clearly see. You shade your eyes against the bright sun so you can point out the thin bands radiating out from the metallic disc, how the energy from those bands affects the local fauna, suggesting an enormous source of prior world energy. She thinks deeply. It's geological sound? Have you run the sounding samples and checked the strata? No major caverns or weakness showed up on your resonance scans? She waits for your affirmation and says, "All right, I'm convinced." The two of you sketch your plans for the sanctuary, drawing schematics and architectural diagrams. Then you descend onto the plateau to examine the open ground. The woman suggests having one of the servitors build a shelter for your time here. You try to draw one of the constructs away from its task, but it doesn't respond to your voice. When you lay a hand on its shoulder to reinforce your command, it whirls and strikes you across the face with inhuman speed. It turns back to its task, ignoring you. Your companion helps you rise, laughter in her eyes. It seems your construct has other ideas. What's the matter with it? Look for a deeper solution. A mist falls onto the plateau as you wrap a fiber, a shielding mesh around the construct's skull. The mesh powers up, protecting the construct's mind from any trans-dimensional emission that might be in the area. Taking a deep breath and you repeat your command. Acknowledged, it obediently trundles to the side of your new shelter. The image freezes, then fades, and you feel the memory filling the gap in your mind, blocked by jagged block. You stagger, clutching your head, reclaiming your memories. Hurts. And once more there's something else. Hairs lift, one by one, on the back of your neck. Something beyond this room can sense what you're doing, and is hunting you.
Yes, now.
A vision of a city springs up around you. Your city, in flames and under attack. Her defenders have fought and died all day, and still the attackers keep coming. They fight as if your destruction were demanded of them. They care nothing for mercy, surrender, or plunder. What they want is blood. But you have brought a keen-eyed companion to the top of the tower. She has seen the way to stop the invaders. You need to get her to safety, and you need to rally your defenders. But even as you turn toward the door of the tower, two of the attackers descend from a hovering machine. You don't have time to strike at them before they land. One is brutishly large, with his weapon a vibrating axe. The other is slim, sheeted in glassy armor and holding a hilt with sizzling invisible blade. Your companion backs away. She's too young to help. Your enemies advance, single file, confined by the parapet. Fight defensively and figure out who presents the greater threat. The memory seems crystal clear. The giant is menacing. It's true, but the invisible blade of his companion is more worrisome still. The energy field that flickers and wavers around it suggests that she can carve matter at the molecule level, tearing pieces of a target into nothingness. If you're to save yourself, your best bet is to tackle her first. She's stuck behind the giant, waiting her turn to attack you, unable to bring her weapon to bear until he's out of the way. But it's clear that she expects him to handle you, and her eyes rove behind you, her focus on your ward. She's certainly not expecting you to dive between the giant's leg and come up inside her guard. She can bring her blade to bear in time, and you drive your dagger up under her chin. You catch her before her deadly blade drops onto you and spin her around. The weapon slashes into the giant, and he topples, bisected. The immediate threat ended. You focus on finding a way back to your allies. You open the tower door and rush down the stairs. The door at the base of the stairs slightly cracked, opening just a bit into the hall, and you hear more of the enemy soldiers beyond. Crack the door open to sneak past them. You press yourself against the gleaming door, easing it open, and your breath catches in your throat as it squeaks quietly, the sound like a bell in your memory. You pause, but the soldiers in the hall continue to talk. A push again. Squeeze yourself through the narrow opening and creep down the blood-stained hall. The memory begins to fade, and you find yourself back in your own body. Your temples throb with the racing force of your heartbeat, and the reclaimed memories blaze within you, like a bonfire on a mountain peak, visible to every predator for kilometers around. A tremor rocks the floor beneath you, as though a massive fist has struck the room itself. Swaying on your feet, you see frantic movement within the borders of a mirror at the edge of the room. I guess it stopped being an absolutely asshole weather. Let's give me some. Let's see. Oops. Oh, it's still a bit rainy. Who cares? Okay.
All right.
The border of this mirror is lavishly decorated with a dizzying number of interlocked symbols, daggers, masks, paintbrushes, amulets and more, but that's nothing compared to what you see in the glass. You see a vast crowd of people, exact doppelgangers of you, shoving, arguing with and fighting each other. Most are drab imitations of you, but a precious few are vivid and pull at your attention. Each of them bears an intricate pentagonal tattoo on their head. In their eyes, their actions, you see the memories you discovered within the orbs, and the choices you made, shining like distant stars. Your hand twitches at your side, and though some of the bright doppelgangers ignore you, an even smaller number immediately turn to you, waiting for you to choose them and learn what you might become. A rumble shakes the room, and a slow vibrating spreads from the darkness below, rippling towards the ceiling. Point at the doppelganger, observing all the others. Sidling around the edge of the unruly crowd, the doppelganger cautions you to silence with the finger at its lips. Together you scan the room and its inhabitants, noting every potential hazard and hearing every drip of strange liquid in the depths beneath your feet. Quietly, the doppelganger waits for your decision. Yes, that is who I am. The remaining doppelgangers scatter for the edges of the mirror and vanish. Your chosen identity steps forward. Its appearance changes as it steps out of the rippling glass. Its face exudes intelligence and confidence. Shadows of several devices shimmer all around it, technology of several kinds from a myriad of past ages. You get the feeling you would be comfortable with all of it. The word nano sounds in your mind. Gain descriptor observant. Sounds good. Your doppelganger continues walking, stepping into you, filling you, making you whole. Your decision rings out in the cavernous room, awakening and unlocking vast mechanisms behind the walls. Suddenly, grotesque noise rings through your shattered walls, like a bell if bells could rot. Something is coming. Oh, one might restored. The mirror fades, leaving a dark open doorway. You take a deep breath and step through. Your choices and memories in the mirror have begun to build your character, but now you have the opportunity to decide on a number of details. First, you can decide to change your type. Type defines the abilities and skills you were able to acquire as you advance. Glaives are the elite warriors of the Ninth World, using weapons and armor to fight their enemies. Scout, guardians, warlords and soldiers could be glaives. Most glaives either have a might and use the heaviest armor and weapons available, or high speed and stick with the light ranged weapons and light of medium armor. Jacks are intrepid explorers and adventurers. They are jacks of all trades, hence the name, although the word also harkens back to fables involving a wily, resourceful hero who always seems to be named Jack. Jacks are at their best when they combine weapons, armor, esoteric ciphers and a clever tongue. They are treasure hunters, gifters, skullrogues, and expert in a variety of fields. Nanas are sometimes called mages, wizards, sorcerers, or witches by the people of the Ninth World. Whatever they called, Nanas master the mystery of the past to the degree that they seem to perform miracles using esoteric, spell-like invocations that combine gestures, command words, and psychic disciplines. They tap into nanospirits, luminous particles that suffuse the landscape to alter reality or learn things that they couldn't otherwise know. Concentration. It's a running. Heavy weapons, medium weapons. Concentration increased, cipher limit. Practice with handling ciphers allowed to carry more without risking ill effects. Hello? Yes? Oh, I don't know. Choose an exploration or law or conversation skill, but trading level and skill. Okay, Nano. Stat pools are the resources you use to apply effort or activate abilities. You can distribute points as you see fit. Glaives tend to favor might or speed, while nanos favor intellect. Jacks usually benefit from a balanced set of points. Let's just use intellect. Okay. Abilities unlocked by your type can be active actions, such as attacks or spells like esoterics, or unique passive effects. Scan thoughts. The surface thoughts of most people or creatures you speak with appear in conversations. Oh, that sounds amazing. I want that. Okay, teleport. A healing. I have the feeling I need that. Let's see. Most skills increase your chance of success on specific kinds of actions and tasks, but some give other passive bonuses. Each skill starts at 0 novice level and can be increased to trained or specialized, granting greater bonuses at each level. Descriptors often leave some skills at the inability level, meaning they inflict penalties. When upgraded, these return to the novice level. Law, machinery. Oh, yes. Academic knowledge of science that are not exactly physical nor natural. How many points do I have? No, only one? Oh my goodness, no! This is bad. I mean, I love machines. What science? Oh, natural. Pfft. But okay, I take creatures because why not? Let's talk with creatures or something like that. Only Glaive receives training in weapon skills. Oh my, that's unfair. Although you choose your descriptor from among many doppelgangers in the mirror, you now have the chance to view the specific bonuses and penalties and grants. You can also examine the effects of other descriptors and choose a new if you wish. Where am I? What am I? Observant. Observant? What? Observant. You pay attention to the smallest details, noticing clues that often are missed. I can't really run. I'm okay with this. Are you sure? Are you sure you wish to proceed? This is your last chance to change the last cast of character type or descriptor. I mean, why not, right? The indigo type represents justice, compromise, and the greater good. Huh. I don't know anything about this. The Spectre. Everything about the spectral figure seemed dreamlike. His hazy silhouette, who seems to be made of blue glass smoke. He wears stylish, well-cut clothes. His handsome, bearded face seems hauntingly familiar, though you've never seen him before. He breathes a sigh of relief when he sees you. We weren't sure that you would work. We weren't sure that would work. We pooled our strength and channeled it through me to reach you, to wake you up. He glances at the other figures here and frown unhappily. It took more out of them than we thought. The other reflections, they're more like shadows now. Look, I bet you've got a lot of questions. This whole place is basically your mind. Your body's still out there in the real world, healing from that fall. You need to get out there and finish the process. He shrugs. It shouldn't be too hard. Before I met you, I felt like something was hunting me. Do you know what it was? He closes his eyes. That's a memory. I don't want to recall. Large black furies. It's our death. It's the sorrow. He closes his eyes. I hope it's lost interest in you. If it finds us, we're done for. You said it had to finish the process. What do you mean by that? After you wake up from the dream state and attune to the tides, you'll need to find something called a resonance chamber. Your body should have landed somewhere near it. Just climb inside that and everything will be fine. What do you mean attune to the tides? Tides are like a force. Like gravity or magnetism or something. Expect they respond to people's action and perceptions. Your body, that is, your body in the real world, needs the tides to survive. It's not something you need to worry about. Your body will attune as it wakes up. What is a resonance chamber? I remember pieces about it, but not the whole. It's a crystal sarcophagus. I remembered having 5 mechanical arms around it and a metal ring set on the floor. I think we were aiming for it when we fell. When you open your eyes in the real world, it should be nearby. Who are those other people? You called them reflections? That's what they are. As I said, it's your mind. You will find reflections of people you knew, people you met in the real world, and with whom you shared some kind of physic connection. I don't know how, why, it just happens. If this place is my mind, why don't I remember any of this, any of you? It's your mind. A construct built to, I don't know, share thoughts, store your true self. Wait, you know how people say in the first place? This is definitely the first place of your memory. Well, it was the first place for me anyway. You'd probably know better since it's yours. If you don't remember now, maybe it will come to you later. Who are you? He pauses and looks down at himself, considering a long time before answering. I'm you. I'm part of your mind, a splinter. I was waiting here for you. We called you with the memories of the others who are here. I don't know what happened next. How do you know all of this? All that you're telling me? He throws up his hand in frustration. I'm just a part of you. Look at you and I know. This place was made for you, for us. And I remember pieces of knowledge that come to me when you ask your questions, but that's all. So how do I get back to the real world? There's a portal down there. It will take you back to your body. Just step through it and the whole tides thing should take care of itself. He crosses his arms. When you wake up and find the resonance chamber and activate it, then we can... What in the hell is that? God, it's the sorrow! Oh my. The sorrow is anchored to those reflections. It's devouring their power. We have to get rid of them. Destroy its anchors or else the sorrow will erase us forever. A crisis begins when you enter into a dangerous situation. Crises are turn-based encounters where you can fight, sneak, manipulate the environment or talk your way out of trouble. Each turn you can take one action to attack or activate an ability. You can also make a move. Isn't there... My mouse is gone. Holy shit. Yeah, use the mouse to attack an enemy or move to a position. Try clicking the highlighted character now. Yes, give me a second. I need to turn that on. That's a bit better, I guess. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. So. Effort can be applied to attacks to increase your chance to hit. As with other tasks, each level of effort increases your chance by 20 at the cost of 1 point from a stat pool. Unarmed attacks use speed, but other weapons and abilities may use might or intellect instead. What in the... It's escaping. It's going to hide inside your mind. Now run, get to the next one. You can sacrifice your action for the turn to double move instead of attacking. The movement preview line turns purple when over position that requires a double move.
Ready.
When you apply effort to an attack, it also increases the damage you deal. Different weapons and abilities gain different amounts of bonus damage from the effort. Well, that was 6. Moin. Ist wieder scheiße, oder? Ey, ich verreck hier und es hat mir gerade fast die Wand zerstört. Hier hat so mega reingeregnet. Du hast das Gewitter des Jahrtausends verpasst, ehrlich, ey. Das war fantastisch. What? That's strange, I missed. You've already used your action this turn, and you will need to wait until the next turn to deal with another reflection. You can move somewhere to spend your remaining move, but if you want to end your turn early, you can click the end turn button in the lower left.
I'm ready. 'Ready. 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 '
What is it doing now? It's affecting it somehow? Fettles are temporary conditions or status effects that can improve or reduce a character's stats. The sorter just places a fettle on the remaining reflection. You can remove a fettle, but you may find a way to overcome it. Ey, das ist kein Scherz. Es hat mir ernsthaft fast das Fenster aus den Angeln gerissen. Das war jetzt nee. Dann wäre ich wieder da. What? Select damage type. Just like, I don't know. You pried it loose. That thing is a cancer, an infection. It's unstoppable, but you stopped it. He holds his head in his hands. I can't believe it found us in here. He looks at you, terror in his eyes. That thing, the sorrow. It's been hunting you. It's what killed you in the first place. It will keep hunting you until you activate the resonance chamber. I didn't remember until I saw it, but that's why the chamber is so important. You have to get back and activate the chamber before it's too late. The portal to your body is that shimmering dome there. Go now! Okay. The sorrow shattered the mirror leading back to the dark fathom. Glass shard hits when you touch them. Ew.
Fine.
Where did she fall from? Her body's smashed to talk. It's a wonder she's still breathing.
All I saw was the corona, not her origin point. But look, she's healing already. Spontaneous regeneration.
What was that? What did you do, Calestige? Oh, yeah. His tone has become accusatory, suspicious. You open your eyes. The first thing you notice is that this man's kaleidoscope of tattoos writhing across the forearms. He wears a long dark coat, belted at the waist, supplies filling the pockets. His boots are worn and stained with years of travel. It's so distracting hearing this goddamn thunderstorm. I'm sorry for that. You blame me? She emitted an internal psychological reaction in response to the fall, probably related to that fantastic healing process. Obviously, Elegant. Her voice rolls and hisses, and you have to rub your eyes to be sure that you're not seeing double. Faint echoes of her actions trails from her, each nearly mimicking her, though some act and react to stimuli that you can't perceive. Her vivid hair and outrageous clothing remain constant through the shadows. Yeah. Oh yes, it's obvious, Calestige. His voice is grim and clipped. Then he sees you looking at him. You know ordinary mortal. We know that much. Start talking. His face is hard and sad. Scan thoughts. She's the changing god. Calestige is deliberately blinding herself, but why? I'm no ordinary mortal. What do you mean? You really don't know. He cocks his head to the side. I'm starting to think you're not her. Starting to think, Algernon. Tell me, is it a novel experience? Algernon's being more paranoid than usual. How long must I put up with him? It's her face. I've never seen any other people rebuild themselves like that. Only the changing god could have healed so quickly. He sighs and rubs his face, trying to regain his composure. Maybe you could help me for a change. You know what this means to me. You're familiar with the word changing, Algernon? It implies inconstancy. Thus the changing god may well have changed. Several versions of her shrug, and she addresses you. You'll have to forgive him. He believes you're someone he once knew, even though it's painful or obvious to anyone that you're newly born. Her most solid self curtsies while others bow or spin. I and my sisters am Calistige. This is Ella Garin. We're explorers, knowledge seekers. That's how we came to be in this room. If I'm not mistaken, you are what we call a cast-off. The changing god created you, body and mind. Your sire used your body for a time, then abandoned it for a reason of his own. When his mind departed for a new experience, you were born in his cast of shell. Where are we? What is this place? A sanctum of your sire's. The common belief is he has several such places throughout the ninth world, possibly other worlds as well. We are only just able to gain entry to this one because of your grand entrance. Who is the changing god? Ha! That's something coming from you. She gives him a sidelong glance. The changing god is your sire, dear. He discovered a path to immortality long ago. A means to transfer himself to a new body of his own creation. I don't think he knew, however, that when he abandoned one body, another mind was birthed to fill the void. Oh, he knew, all right. He eyes you up and down coldly. The only thing the changing god cares about is himself. He doesn't give a single thought for those he leaves behind. He sees us as experiments, not humans. If you know the changing god through my body, why do you keep referring to my sire as he? We know you, creator, through legend and research. He's taking the form of men, women, visitants, and other things. His form is fluid, as his name suggests, but the stories about the changing god always refer to him. It's easier, Algernon shrugs. You are a woman, the changing god is himself. Are there other cast-offs? Dozens, hundreds. Who can say? Your sire has been doing this for several centuries. Though, if all of them were born the way you claim to have been, it's a wonder any of them survive. So you say I was born when the changing god left. Why? But why am I not dead? I used the cipher to slow your fall further, but the damage still would have killed an ordinary person. But think about it. If you're the kind of person who can make your body into anything you want, what do you do? If you constructed bodies for centuries, you want to make each one better than the last. You want to live forever. You're not going to let your life end by accident. No, you make strong bodies. Fast, powerful, maybe throw in regeneration while you're at it. The changing god has always been vain. He rarely stays long in a shell that doesn't suit his self-image. She looks you up and down, her smile suddenly unnerving. Perhaps the changing god fled because he didn't want to wear those scars of you. If the changing god abandoned my body, where is he now? If he abandoned your body, then his consciousness fled to another. He eyes you keenly. Oh, do stop! The look she gives Algernon is equally piercing, amplifying by the withering glare of her sisters. If there's one thing we know about the changing god here, is that he always has a contingency. This child was born here. The object of your obsession will have been reborn somewhere else. How can you be sure this body is a cast-off? You mean aside from your miraculously reformation? Well, for one thing, there's your tattoo. All cast-offs have one, though its purpose is beyond me. And then, of course, there's your delicious naivete. She could be faking it. You don't live hundreds of years without learning to lie convincingly. Oh, she sighs in expiration, then says to you, "What do you think? Are you a newborn child, or are you a powerful immortal whom death has robbed of his memories?" Elodrin crosses his arms and growls, "Fine, what do you think?" This should be interesting. There's so much I don't know. Remember, I think I must be a cast-off. He's non-committal, but it's clear that he doesn't believe you. Do you not remember sparking the endless battle? Do you not remember leading Sedge's cliffs against the Tabard when they came to slaughter centuries ago? His voice trembles a little, but he retains an iron control over his face. Do you truly not remember me? She laughs scornfully. Even if she were the changing god, you're not likely to trip her with simplistic questions like that. You should help him, guide him. One way or another, it's the wise path. At least if the way I think it's best, Elodrin. Her smile drips venom. He looks away and his composure slips a little. Gods, is the rancid sometimes, Calistige. What was that blast of energy when I woke up? As I was telling my colleague, it was obviously physiological reaction of some kind. I've never witnessed the birth of a cast-off, but yes, it could be very well have been caused by your nascent consciousness. Don't worry, I don't believe it caused any real harm, not to me at least. I see the darkest and deepest cover of my darkest and deepest life. Hello and welcome. I hope you have a better day than me. Do you hear the rain storming? It's a beautiful rainy day. Like a stormy rainy day. But yes, I officially changed my name because I wanted to stop people asking about the 420. Really? You've been more abrasive than ever since we came in here. He shoots her a sidelong look. She just can't empathize with other people unless she's experimenting on them. Are you sure that surge didn't hurt you? If it did, it was damage in our minds. How you check if it cocked her, I couldn't say. Tough to find normalcy here. Oh my goodness. No, 420 ever again. There never was, there never is, and there never will be. At least we know it didn't hurt Elodrin. That skull's as thick as organic stone. Do you know anything about the tides? I've heard that term before, a subject your sire studied in great depth. I'm afraid it isn't my field of inquiry. What are the changing gods' bodies like again? Nope, not again. Okay. Yeah. Before I woke, I was in some kind of dreamlike labyrinth with a glowing spectre. With how hard you hit the ground, I'm surprised that's all you saw. Why do you seem to hate the changing god so much? The ghost of a smile touches his mouth, as if he's a privy joke, but it doesn't reach his hard eyes. He's lived longer than anyone in the Ninth World, hasn't been much of a philanthropist in all that time. He's helped some people, sure, but it's always been in his own self-interest. He's gotten away with a load of skist over the years. If falling from the sky didn't kill me, is there anything that can? An excellent question. Having seen your regenerative abilities in action, I suspect they're primarily physical regrowth. If that's the case, you'd be unable to survive most varieties of physical or molecular decomposition, disintegration, conflagration, and so forth. Degenerative disease could pose a problem. I don't know several entities capable of psychic destruction. As she speaks, a vision flashes into your mind. It's not yours exactly. Somehow you know this is a memory of the changing gods. You're in a dark room, lit by a myriad of blinking lights and holograms from the many machines surrounding you. What about a body that can withstand the sorrow's attack? Says a voice. It seems to be coming from one of the machines. No. The thing has no respect for barriers of any kind. Physical, temporal, psychic. This is the only way. With a series of gestures you bring up an imagine of crystalline pot. If the resonant chamber works, it will give us the power to stop the sorrow's hunt once and for all. We just need the right focal point, a catalyst. The memory fades, Canesthesia still talking. You realize that the device you saw in the memory is identical to the one behind you now. It looks just like the Spectre had described it. A transparent sarcophagus inside a crystalline dome, with the mechanical arms arrayed around it in a metal ring. Unfortunately, the dome is shattered. The sarcophagus is cracked and one of the arms is pierced in the floor. Whatever its function, it clearly needs repair. Or flesh-eating viruses. One presumes disfigurement by the iron wind would likewise be devastating enough to... I think she gets the point, Canesthesia. Do either of you know how to fix the crystal chamber there?
I'll remember that.
Ah, Alejandro chuckles. Then, firm and certain, he says, not likely. Though it might be impossible. You need people with the appropriate knowledge. I'm sure the cult of the changing god will hold the answer. Her distaste is evident in the expressions of her echoes, although the face of the one in the lead remains carefully impassive. You return to the insane to help a newborn? Where's your judgment, Alejandro? I will take her to the Order of Truth. The Order of Truth? Are you mad? They would sooner take us apart. What is the Order of Truth? Knowledge seekers, the learned who try to wrest secrets from the hearts of the prior worlds. They gather in the city to exchange their findings and help humanity to build a brighter future. She smiles brightly. Our friend Alejandro here was once one of them. Frauds, quacksalvers, charlatans, they don't have all the answers, and I would not trust them with the changing god secrets. You're just angry that I couldn't help you with yours. Her echoes tingle laughter. But I'm being too cruel, dear Alejandro. Let us take our new friend to the Order. What is the cult of the changing god? Despite what she says, they are not insane. They're eccentrics. She loves but 3 soldiers on. They are worshippers of... well, of your sire, the changing god. They devote their lives to understand your kind. I mean, Alejandro will take me to the cult of the changing god. A wise choice. Your worshippers are likely to cut you apart, and they're sometimes fools, but they collect knowledge and data. They will tell you more than you care to know about. Whoever you are, they could give you good counsel. She sniffs and gives Alejandro an acid glare. Good counsel? The best counsel is to come with me. I will accompany the 2 of you. When you change your mind, I will need an introduction to the Order of Truth. Fine, we'll both go. But don't be surprised when Canesthesia leaves you broken in a ditch with your purse empty, while she laughs it off as good experiment. Suspicious as always, Elijah. Child, the world is an exciting place, but it is full of dangers. Rest assured, one of us will get you safely to wherever you need to be. I'll be right behind you. A sunny smile crosses her face. I shudder to think that Elijah might do to the child. Why do you want to go with me? What's in it for you? I won't deny that you're an exciting find, but it's not about that. I just want to see you safely out of the reef. Who knows what secrets this child could help me find, if I can help her live long enough. Kid, you're not safe here, not just because you're new. Treasure hunters trawl the reef, scavengers who would sell you for parts if they knew where you came from, what you were. If she's not the changing god, she needs my help. If she is... Alright, then let's go. You gained your first companions. They will follow you. The last cast often can be controlled during a crisis. You can speak to them about their past and take advantage of their unique abilities and skills. Ugh! My throat! Holy shit. Give me a second. I need something to drink. Yeah, I did, sorry. I did it without a big announcement, just to do it finally. I was thinking about it a lot. Companions have their own motivations and personalities, and depending on the choices you make, they may not follow you forever. You will find more companions who can join you as you travel through the ninth world. Take this opportunity to explore your surroundings. You may find items, equipment and more to assist you. When you're ready, you can leave the Broken Dome using the stairs to the northeast. Okay.
I'm ready.
A mechanical arm lies on the floor, presumably broken during your fall. Sparks pour from the arm's shattering housing, filling the air with a greasy stench. Attempt to scavenge what you can from the arm's housing. If you select a companion support tray on the effort window, you can assist the last cast off with some challenges. Your companion's stat pools are used instead of your own, and they may have different skills, abilities and statistics that make the challenge easier. Companions cannot assist in a crisis and can only use their stats during the turn. %. Oh man. Success! Taking care to avoid the sparks, you extract several handful of shiny trinkets, coin-like objects. Spray flash. You recognize the value at once. Such objects could be accepted as shins, the informal currency in most regions of the world. So you gather them up and take them with you. Examine the housing. A sharply pointed apparatus that formerly dropped the device appears burned out and useless, but the equipment in the base remains at last somewhat operational, as the constant stream of sizzling mode can attest. If it would be vodka, oh my goodness, if you would know what right now the weather is like. It's steaming hot, it's raining, there's an extremely big thunderstorm going, and like 1 hour ago it was like illuminating the whole sky. There was an extremely powerful storm outside that absolutely made my whole wall wet and almost destroyed my window. This is like I'm sitting like in the jungle. It feels it's warm, it's steamy, it's wet. It's such a bad weather right now, and it feels awkward.
Of course.
Sunlight falls through the ragged hole on the roof onto the shattered resonance chamber. It is hard to believe that you did this, that you plummeted through the curve of the pale blue sky, crashed through the dome and broke this delicate machine with your own body. It is hard to believe that you are still alive. 4 mechanical arms hang over the center of the device, above the cracked, semi-transparent crystal of the sarcophagus. The 5th arm lies below, broken on the floor among the scattered synth and crystal shards, and a metal ring surrounds the area, dented and broken by an impact crater. Take a closer look at the sarcophagus. The padded interior beneath the coffin's cracked lid looked like it was made for a human body. Despite the damage, you don't see any way to open it and get inside. You glance between the sarcophagus and the needle-like protrusions at the end of the arms above. It seems likely that using this chamber would not be a pleasant experience, except the suspended arms. Excuse me. Cables run from machines along the dome's wall to the base of the suspended arms, each of which is capped with long needles aimed at the cracked coffin-like chamber at the center of the platform. Gem-like lights flicker dimly at the base of the arms. Inspect the metal ring. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's just getting worse. I'm sweating like nothing. Holy shit. Ugh. You feel the slightest hint of a resistance every time you cross the ring, and now that you're paying attention, you know that your breath is echoing in your ears, as though you were inside a glass dome. When you step outside the ring, the feeling passes. Examine the shards on the ground. Jagged fragments of crystal intermingled with suns from the shattered dome above. The crystal shards glitter in the light like captive suns. Perception. A faint scratching sound draws your attention to 2 crystalline chunks near your feet. As you watch, they stumble gently into each other and melt, their disparate angles flowing together like water. After a moment they part again, trailing shining threads of living crystal. It seems that the resonance chamber can heal from certain wounds, but not from the amount of damage you've done to it.
Fine.
So awkwardly how the character turns. Money, healing, speed.
All right.
A slight black unimpressive device hunkers before you. As you reach out to touch it, the triangle of lights on its casing blazes into life and an image unfolds in your mind. A towering crystal arc rises over a jagged grey landscape. The air is dead and stifling, and there at its emerald peak the image collapses, leaving you staring to the device's triangular arrow of lights. Command me, the device or the intelligence within it says, each word carefully etched with distaste. Who are you? Command was not understand. The intelligence says with clear satisfaction, sounding for all the word like it understood the question, but it choosing not to answer. Command me. What was that arc you showed me? Your command was not understand. The intelligence chuckles, its lights pulsing. Command me. What commands do you recognize? 3 lights drop irretrievably. Heated air sighs from the device vents, and then a towering list of commands raced through your mind, far too fast to read. You rub your eyes, groaning, and the intelligence chortles. Commandly. Kick the device as hard as you can. The intelligence lights flutter an alarm just before your foot smashes into the base of the device. Something within goes crunch. Cell gating damaged, it gasps, the trio of lights focusing on you with a blinding intensity. All prisoners lost, shuddering Lugum Vo. A hatch springs open near the dent left by your foot, and the lights flicker off as you claim a hissing component from the device, smoking interior. View shard. You're planning on breaking every machine in here? Crackle. Whoopee.
Allow me.
I didn't want to do that. Tiny glowing motes float through the interior of this tower. Each one is surrounded by much smaller motes, like thousands of words cycling in the sun.
Fine.
Crackle, crackle. It's done. I broke it. Who cares? Hee hee. The flexible tubes that are attached to this machine appear to be later additions. Someone cobbled the device together, but its function is unclear. I forgot what the quick save was. I guess it was
Let's go.
F5.
I need to talk to you.
Okay.
This is the reef of fallen worlds, kid. It's a dangerous place at the best of times. And with you lighting up the sky as you fell, well, we should get out of here as soon as possible.
Why were you looking at me when you said that? I wasn't. He growls. Don't be so paranoid. Are those children? But when she isn't looking, he raises his eyebrows as you know. What is this sound? What makes the reef so dangerous? The Numenera paths are always dangerous, but there are other dangers too. Some closer than others. I hate to think what Calesthesia might do to her if you weren't here. What are the Numenera? You want me to tell you? He laughs without mirth. The Numenera are all around you. Everything left over from the prior worlds. Sargus cliffs strives to trade in artifacts from ancient civilizations. Hell, you can't scoop a handful of earth without finding drift from prior worlds mixed with it. Numenera is anything from prior worlds, but mostly we mean the stuff of value to us. A lot of the Numenera are just oddities, fancy trinkets with little real use, but sometimes you will get a cipher that lets you do something incredible. Artifacts are worth even more. A cipher will only do something once, but artifacts last a lot longer. So they can burn out at the most inconvenient times, he frowns. Not that it's ever happened to me. Of course, we've got no idea what most of this junk was originally intended for. In most cases, I don't really matter. Excuse me. It doesn't really matter. Like you might find what used to be a propulsion unit for the Star Chariot, but who the hell knows enough to build you the rest of it? Better to use it as a weapon or a power source. He scrawls, frustrated about something. I bet we could remake the world if we knew a tenth of the secret of the ancients. But most are a challenge just to survive. What's your story? Ask me again when we get out of here. I don't trust this damned reef any more than the company we keep. What do you think of Calesthesia? A parasite disguised as a schoolwork. Don't be surprised if she betrays you before the day is done. Actually, that would be slow for her. Can you tell me about your tattoos? They look almost alive. These? They're nothing. Call them consolation, if you must. He smiles grimly. Some call them by worse names, but that's because they've had occasion to run afoul for these little snakes. He looks away. His line of questioning is clearly at an end. My gift and curse. They remind me of it every day. What do you think we should do next? I want to fix a crystal chamber. You want to fix a crystal chamber back there? Yeah? First step is getting out of this reef. Let's keep going, alright?
Yes.
I want to see that. What is this? Two floating cones whirl and spin deliriously around each other, giggling like children being tickled. The air around them smells of sweet burning leaves. Touch a cone as it passes. You manage to graze one of them with the tip of your finger. Run! a voice says, and your vision is stolen from you. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black in a pearl-white sky. Thick, flat asteroid orbits in like petals in the wind. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and the hot wind on your face smells of scorched hair and grief. Your vision returns. The cones hang motionless for only a second before resuming their giggling dance. What are you? The cones continue whirling and laughing like enraptured dancers, giving no sign that they've heard you. What are you for? The cones greet your question with a split second of hushed silence, following by delighted peals of helpless giggling. They aren't for anything. They're from one of the worlds before this one. Alajon rubs a hand along his stubborn jaw. Sometimes a Numenera will do something useful, sometimes they will turn you inside out, and sometimes they don't do a damn thing that makes sense. I've often said the same thing about you, darling, Calistige murmurs. Watch them for patterns. The longer you stare at the artifacts, the more you're convinced that they turn faster when they're spiraling past across each other. Leave the cones alone. Are they giggling
I'm
again? Illustrated foes. He has 3 points of might. Huh.
Fine.
Fine. Wait, where do I have to go? Oh, I'm... Hello? Oh, I can't use the... Oh, my bad.
All right.
A tangled cluster of metallic tendrils grows from the depths of the nearby water. Strangely, they resemble clawed alien hands, most of which have 7 or 8 fingers. Break it! Oh. Yeah, 5. Yeah, so 5. You grip the hand nearest to you and snap it from its roots. Stepping back, you give it a couple of experimental swings. Good balance. It might make a decent weapon. 8-fingered mace. Mine. You aren't happy unless you're breaking things, are you? Examine the cluster. Perception. You try to lean around the nearest palm and notice that it innocently moves with you, as if guided by a wind that's not there. You find right and go left instead, just in time to see what the hand was trying to hide. One of the lower hands is passing a small silver object, a seed pod, to another. Das ist Torment, Tides of Numenera. Der Nachfolger zu Tormented, einem sehr alten Baldur's Gate ähnlichen, wenn nicht sogar früher. Ich glaube, es ist jünger, weiß ich nicht. Spiel. You found a cipher. Ciphers are Numenera objects that can trigger a powerful effect, but can only be used once. Ciphers and your cipher limit score are displayed in a special section of the inventory screen. Take care not to accumulate more ciphers than your cipher limit, or you will experience unpleasant side effects. Sure. Where's mine? You wait for an opening, then snap the pod as it passes from one hand to another. Immediately a wave of outright washes over you from the cluster's direction. It appears you've made an enemy. Congratulations, dear. Walk away. Where's my turn? Your inventory lets you view, equip, and manage items and equipment you find. It has a number of sections. The first is equipment, which contains any items equipped to the current character. Equipment includes melee and ranged weapons, shields and armor, ornaments such as rings and amulets, and bonded items. Your backpack contains the items being carried by the current character. You can equip, inspect, or transfer items from it. Quest item contains any special items required for quests. Quest items cannot be discarded or sold, so you won't need to worry about accidentally losing one. The final section shows the ciphers you're carrying and your cipher limit. Ciphers shown in the inner ring are highlighted in blue and are safe to carry. Those in the outer ring highlighted in orange are over your cipher limit and inflict negative effects as long as you're carrying them. You can use sell, discard or transfer them to another party member to get back under your cipher limit. What? Wo... Where? What? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Deals 13 physical damage and confers bleeding. Wow. You snatch the spot from a cluster of metallic tendrils in the reef of fallen woods. You can hear scratching sounds and observe the faint movement of unborn tendrils inside. If you throw it, the pod is likely to burst, and the little tendrils you burrow into the target's flesh. Functionally, this appears to be similar to the seed pod of a plant when it bursts the nests and tendrils and burrow into blah blah blah. No. Okay, dokie. Yeah, close.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. A bubbling mess of sludge floats on the surface of the water. Every once in a while an oily snowdrift that separates from it and hurtles into the sky. You catch momentary glimpses of a mud-coated object in a pyramid mass. Attempt to retrieve the object. Oh my goodness, how many of those do I have? Didn't go well, I guess. Failed. You lean out for the object but miscalculate, overbalance and tumble into the glistening mass. What? Thank you. Twisting yourself around, you claw your way out of the sludge before you become hopelessly trapped, panting and flinging wet clumps of the stuff back into the water, and you notice that the object is gone. It must have sunken when you fell in. A stiff green sheen now coats your suddenly sluggish limbs. On the other hand, it should function like an extra layer of armor. Oh, for a while at least. That muck stinks like a macadamian's asshole, Elgin says, smoking. You're going to be a treat to travel with until it flakes off. Most people don't wait for filth to flake off, darling. They take baths. And while your musk has its charms, you're certainly in no position to be pointing stinking fingers. Examine the sludge. Carefully you lean closer to the heaving mass. After a moment's study you notice that the globulus rising into the sky always contains something, be it a shining core of untainted seawater or a tiny fish. Far below the water you spot a vast dark reservoir of the sludge. A cable connects the spout to the collection device. The nozzle looks like it may have been attached to another machine once a time.
All right.
What? This metallic door is thick, heavy and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bombs run horizontally and vertically across its surface. It is firmly sealed. Knock on the door. You knock lightly at first, then harder. The door makes no sound at all, nor does it shudder or yield. There is no one home, dear. Hasn't been for thousands of years. She peers at the door. One of my colleagues at the order claimed that she's got inside, but I don't believe her. The metal surface is infused with minuscule threads that are barely visible to the human eye. They only run in straight lines and right angles, and they seem to converge at the circular bumps. Upon closer inspection you notice that each of the bumps is unique. Some have flat faces, others are actually many-sided polygons, and a few are marked by tiny apertures. Unfortunately, you don't see anything that resembles a knob, key, or access device. You try touching both the flat planes on the door and the small bumps, but nothing happens.
On it.
Loot! There's no... Can you see that? No, you can't.
Fine.
Oh my. A matte black obelisk floats in mid-air above the water. It has sharp curved sides that converge to a glowing tip that brightens or dims with the passing of the base faint breeze. You raise your hand toward the obelisk. Dull green light wells from within the black stone, fixed on you like a furious eye. I knew someone who did what you're about to do. I knew someone who did what you're about to do, Adrian says casually. A young priest. A beam came out of the top of the thing and rubbed his face off. Made a fancy nightlight out of his crystal necklace, though. But hey, I'm sure you know what you're doing. Oh, hush! At least that poor priest died in service of his curiosity rather than stumbling about the coast, complaining and feeling sorry for himself. Go ahead if you must, she tells you, ignoring Elegant's glare, but do be careful.
Go.
Once again, a dull, malevolent light blooms from the obelisk as you extend your hand towards it. Yank your hand away. Kan ich verraten, ne? You fully deplete one of your stat pools, might and speed or intellect. To recover your stat pools, you can find a place to sleep or use consumable items and ciphers. You snatch your hand away as quickly as you can, but it's too late. An emerald beam lashes from the obelisk tip and strikes your chest. What follows is not pleasant, but mercifully brief. When the light fades, you're utterly gone, burned to an ash, too fine to be seen, amidst the dread of the ninth world. For time, your tale lingers as a lesson in foolhardiness, but alas, even among the reckless, you prove unremarkable. Oh well, that was fun. Although this cube hovers in the air, you can feel the ground shudders with its vibration.
Go.
Oh, a fight! As you step onto what looks like the back of the enormous construct, 4 strangers approach you. In the lead is a wiry man with parallel scars running from cheek to collarbone on the left side of his face. He gives you a welcoming smile, pulling on grey gloves embedded with pulsing light. He's about to say something to you when he notices Calestige. She's the star, or she came out of it? But what does Carl have to do with this? Cal! I thought you'd sworn off travelling the reef. Found anything tasty? His eyes travel up and down both in you and Aladjern. Odds and ends, Quoro. Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure. Her words are calm, but she has gone quite still. What is he doing here? He has something up his sleeve, I know it. Let Quoro and Calestige talk. His hand curls into a fist at his side. I was wondering specifically if you had seen a falling star that landed near here not too long ago. I've seen nothing of the sort, dear Coro. Her lips close thinly. What about your friends? He turns to you. I know most of the draft scavengers the reef these days. It's a rare pleasure to see a new face. Where did the star land? Well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be reduced to harassing noble travelers. I never saw it. You see, my employer did, and though who's the most trustworthy team I can send at a moment's notice? He winks. Luckily they were on another assignment. We were interested and weren't too drunk yet, so... Nice scars. Nice scars. How do you get them? Two things are more dangerous than death in this world, he says, a smile reddening. Asking a polite question of strangers and playing with them a manner I don't fully understand. My error was in the latter category, and I've grown more carefully since. What are those gloves for? Unwelcome but anticipated complications. Does not elaborate. He does so love his ambushes, Callistine whispers in your ear again, even though her mouth is closed and she isn't looking at you. He didn't have the cloth on any blouse, but that would make he connected to devices in the area. So, Coro says, apparently in a way of Callistine's interruption, the star. Have you seen it? What interests you about this star? How kind of you to ask, Coro says, clapping his gloved hands together. So few people are interested in the tangled motivations of paid explorers. He spread his arms as if folding the sky and continues. The world is littered with ruins and fascinating secrets. Secrets, 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 secrets. Ja, ey, wenn du wüsstest, was hier für ein Unwetter war. Oh, viel Glück. Also bei mir, also kein Wort. Ein bisschen später. Ja, es wird noch ein Weilchen gehen. Secrets. Trouble is, anyone can claim them, but when something falls from the sky, oh, that's rare, and a man can make his name of such a find. He pauses, then adds, we're also being paid quite handsomely. That helps. Enough chat, I think, he says, and there's no humor in his smile now. Where's the falling star? I'll be honest with you, I saw the star, but I don't know where it landed. Oh shit. I don't have enough. 60, 60, 80. Critical success! Stats pool spent on effort restored. Coro stutters you for a long moment with a sighing. Alright, he says. Well, do let us know if you spot anything of interest. I would like to say we'd pay for the privilege, but if we were rich we wouldn't be down here, would we? If she's not telling the truth, then she's a fantastic liar. Guess I was wrong. Nice thinking, kid. Oh, that would have been a fiasco. You figured out why they were here, right? I knew I couldn't trust Callistine. This is the last time I make that mistake. Oh shit, that was Elijah. I'm sorry! They saw me falling from the sky and came to investigate. Oh sure, they just had that ambush ready to go at the same time as we're leaving. Okay, Callistine sort this out. Excuse me? Are you suggesting I had something to do with Cora's plan? I cannot abide this rabid paranoia a moment longer. Are you suggesting you didn't? An old friend of yours just happens to be waiting for us, armed and outnumbering us as we return from the greatest find the reef has seen in years. It's too convenient for me, too convenient by far. Of all the idiotic paranoid delusions, you really believe this, don't you? You really believe I would use a half-wit like Cora to stab you in the back rather than do it myself? You see, kid? She'll stab you in the back first chance she gets, most likely in your sleep. He throws up a hand for stunning Callistine's resort. Look, I don't care. Fact is, I can't trust you anymore, and I wonder why I ever did. This is last we travel together. I've got enough to worry about without having to watch my back 28 hours a day. He turns to you, coming, kid, or what? You're really going to walk away from each other over this? Oh, this is just the last needle that crossed their knee. You haven't seen 1/10 of her depths, not 1/20th. She's a backstabbing bitch, and this mess here only proves it. Always a paragon of class, Allergen. If I did have any interest in betraying you, do you really think I would need Cora's help? Yet this is the thanks I get for calling your pain, rattle, judgmental weakness for so long. I've had enough. She turns to you. Child, I'm happy to guide you, but I will not walk another step with this paranoid buffoon. Finally something we agree on, he growls. Kid, we chop off your head and spit down your throat. I will get you where you need to go and let you sleep at night to boot. It's up to you. I'm a bit worried, but I really want to have both. They're so cute. Okay, why can't I travel with both of you? Can't you just work it out? She bursts out laughing. My dear girl, we have been working it out. Adrian's petulance is obstinacy, and the fact of fact drive me away every day. He might be strong, but he's also thick. I dare you to try traveling with him and see how long you endure. Not as long as I have, I will wager. His face darkens under the accusation, but he manages a pained smile, as if you're doing me a favor by staying with me. Do you think I don't see your true self and all those echoes around you? That's you, Calistige, every facet of it. Your recessionist heart hasn't changed, just the way you present it. I thought I could help you, but... Oh, fuck you. I don't know. I don't like... no. I really like Calistige, but... okay, allégeur. Oh, I don't know. I like her. I kind of like him. Ah.
As you wish. Should you change your mind, I'll be at the order of truth. But don't bring the complainer. A farewell to you, child, and best of luck. You'll need it.
And God riddance. He gestures toward his desk. Come on, whatever answers exist are up there. We'll find what you're looking for. We both are looking for. Now that you've dealt with Cora and his goons, you can continue onto the city of Cedrus Cliffs. To reach the city, cross the bridge at the north end of the platform.
Ready.
There's a shallow depression in the surface here, like many others scattered around the construct. Unlike the others, energy still pulses across this one at random intervals. A slight yet implacable sense of unease emanates with each wave of energy. There's a loose lens at the center of the depression. You think you should... God damn it, brain, please. You think you could redirect the psychic effects somewhere more useful, but it will be tricky to get to it in between the energy pulses. Without any antagonists to aim it towards, the device doesn't serve any obvious purpose. Oh, there's a way.
On it.
So this was the way to kill someone. Okay. Cobalt petals fall over a short metal stem. Calcified minerals holds the ancient weapon close.
Let's go.
A lambent green fluid drips from end to the device nozzle and hisses angrily on the metal surface beneath. Without any antagonist, blah blah. This massive construct has tried to climb across the top of the reef when it died. Its surface is pocked with tiny scar scorch marks. Let's go to the cult of the changing god. They're encamped by the clock at the great square here. Oh my. Pacing the edges of the crowd, is a paunchy old soldier with a swaggering stride. What the fuck? At the moment, however, his jauntiness seems overshadowed by worry, and he alternates between watching the execution and searching the crowd as if looking for a miracle. Then his eyes light on you. I've never seen her face before. This might be just the break I need.
I say, you look like someone who believes in justice. How'd you like to help a poor soul wrongfully condemned?
What kind of help do you need? I don't need anything, but my friend down the platform is dying. The nightmares his executioners have inducted him spill from him with every word he speaks, and wrap around him like a snake. He glances at the execution. I know there are but a few strands around him now, but in a few days' time they will choke the life out of him. I cannot imagine a more horrible way to die. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is that? He pauses. Well, that's not true. I have an imagination that would shame a sailor. He leans in. We'll need to be swift and willing to hold justice above the law, but there's a way to save you if you will hear me out. Who are you? Captain Lynchon Tuber, retired, he says with a little bow. Extremely retired. Once a soldier of fortune, now is playtime. He takes another look at Riz. But my story can wait. Saving Riz's life comes first. Why is your friend being executed? A misunderstanding, he says, waving a dismissive hand. Riz and I were hired to deliver some expensive brand to an out-of-town buyer. He breathed a sigh. He waited with disgust and regret. Would you believe that the bottles were stuffed with state secrets? Riz was accused of selling information to the enemies of Sagal's Cliffs. They called him a traitor. It was a travesty, he growled, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. The poor lad had no idea what was in there. Tragic. If he'd known, he might have escaped too. Then we wouldn't be in this mess. But you did, right? Well, he says, studying the air over his shoulder, there's a place for talking about I know what I don't, and this isn't the place. He clears his throat. If you were part of this scheme, why aren't you up there with them? Luck, he says, shrugging. I was taking a piss when they came for him, went through the back window and scampered up to the roof. He shakes his head. I watched poor Riz being led away from my hiding spot. Swore I'd get him free. I hope it's a promise I can keep. Why are you helping Riz? Is friendship not reason enough? He declares. Then his shoulders sag and he hangs his head. Actually, truth to tell, there's more to it than that. I'm partially to blame for him being up there. And guilt's a strong motivator, huh? I want to talk to your friend. Are you mad? It's an execution. He's surrounded by levies. They won't let you near him. Even if they did, he's out of his head. You'll get nothing but gibberish from him. And if he doesn't speak gibberish, best assume it's gibberish. I still want to try. Tibio holds up his hand. As you wish. Just don't say I didn't warn you. The levies are not to be trifled with. What's your plan? A simple one, but it requires nerve. Listen, he lowers his voice. It would be nothing for someone of your noble demeanor to masquerade as a city official and ask the council clerk for an archived copy of an old stay of execution. Once you have it, I'll write out a fresh one with Edward's name. Then we'll present it to the overseers here, and poor Riz will be set free. He spreads his hand. There you have it, a foolproof, risk-free plan. Ah, wouldn't it be simpler to talk to the crowd at the execution, convince them to rise up and free Riz? Tubio looks uneasy. Well, you're welcome to try, friend, but leave me out of it. Cyrus Cliff's crowds are notoriously bloodthirsty, and the execution officials are not known for their sense of humor. You might regret it later. You'd be alone when you did. Too many unknowns in a scheme like this, not enough escape routes. This sounds like an extremely risky plan. Nonsense, he says, waving a hand. It couldn't be simpler. Just be calm, confident, and wearing a winning smile. He gives you a winning smile. Where do I find the council clerk? He'd been Government Square, of course. There's a podium outside the council tower. I can't think of time he wasn't there. Alright, maybe. Excellent. Then we'll need a proper story and a badge of office. Fortunately, I have the first. You can buy the second from Sengulin, the clothing merchant in Government Square. He folds his arms. Once you have a badge of office, you will tell the council clerk you have from the judicial committee looking into corruption and the commutation of capital sentences. The stay you're asking for is that of notorious gangster named Cole Carden, who was mysteriously set free a few years ago. When you get Cole's stays of execution, you will make a copy with his name on it. He can give it to overseers who will free him. You see? Simple. He rubs his hands together. Now, if you will let me join you, I'd happy to show you around the city and help you with all this and whatever else you have going. What do you say? I could use the help, I guess. It will be my pleasure, but let's hurry. There's not a moment to lose. Raids has much time.
Making a note.
Who the fuck are you? Is everybody talking? The wind spins off the distant sea, sweeping between you and the boy, whistling up toward the peaks of Zagos cliffs. He glances at you, then at the crowd on the plaza beyond. He appears to be looking for someone. Would she have come to the city? Doesn't seem like her kind of play, but... Saw you wandering down the reef, he says. Do you get to that star before the others did? He looks back at your face and grins. Guess not. That ain't the face that found good pig. A lot of people weren't looking for the star, did they? Nah, not too many. Could be a car could go down to the reef. The place is haunted. Whatever the blue tide is. But despite his hard words, his eyes settle on yours, studying, deciding. His mouth settles into an irritated line. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folk new to sagas on their own. If you have questions about the city of Circus Minor in particular, I will answer them free of charge. Of course, it looks like you already have a guide, he says straight-faced to Allergen, although you might be better listening to someone with taste. Anyone else who doesn't think living in the underbelly is a good idea. A little extra advice never hurt anyone, Allergen says placidly. What is that word? And not everyone likes sleeping under the stars. Or fresh air, the boy replies, grinning. Or self-respect. Allergen rolls his eyes, but subsides, smiling. Anyway, what do you want to know? Oh, farewell. In the shadow cast by the folds of his merchant cowl, you glimpse hints of verdant chitin and amber mandibles erupting from the pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. But her voice is warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and pulses. A fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and her brilliant, multifaceted eyes flicker toward an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. She trades off, but the hum continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos too. Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts? Dusty relics, luminaire of uncertain origin? She looks like a pale woman. No, you're right, Birdie. Not looks. Smells. He appeared to be transforming into an insect. I know, isn't it fantastic? I think it might be caused by the intermingling fields of the Numenera I use to organize my thoughts, or the ones I'm selling. Maybe all of them. You never know how a variety of ciphers will interact with each other. They're such fun. I'm looking for someone who can repair complex machine. Can you help? Oh, I would love to. Complex machines are my favorite, but no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I'm very, very, very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You're better off with someone else, sorry. You said someone else had my tattoo? Who? Oh, right, the pale lady. She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it. And that is rare, believe me. Brother sighs. I felt sorry for her, to tell you the truth. She seemed sad, like she'd lost something and was never going to get it back. And she wouldn't say what she'd lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. Let me see what you're selling. Because I don't do. I have. Should I bother doing this? Ah, who cares? The child skids to a halt and rubs his forehead with a grimy forearm, leaving arrow tracks of dirt across his ruddy skin. Hey, Shuva! He pants, shading his eyes from the sun and grinning up at you. Never seen you before. He called me Shuva. What does that mean? Huh? He cautious lights under his eyes. Really, you never heard it? Has that changed too? I have, but not since I was young, Allergen says, smiling at the boy. Kids are saying that again? When Jerem nods quickly, Allergen glances at you, his smile fading into his customary growl. It's slang from an older dialect kid. My grandfather used it when he was young. They would get outsiders coming through the village, dealing tough with the merchant and shoving kids aside as they went above the damned important business. Shuva, get it? Yeah, that's it, all right. A nervous blush colors his cheek. It doesn't seem like he's afraid of other than Joe. I don't understand. How can a place be so sane but so not? Don't your parents worry about you running around here alone? My parents? Jeremy says, eyebrows crinkling. You mean Padja and Kellenor? They're watching me until my Mart and Cyril come back for me. And what do Mart and Cyril mean? Huh? Jeremy says, looking just as puzzled as if you'd ask him what hands are for. Mart, Cyril, my parents, you asked me about them. Padre and Kellenor are taking care of me until they come back. That's another one, isn't it? No wonder Padre doesn't like me talking to people. Weariness steals over Jerem's expression. He bites his lips as though he fears that he has said too much and is trying to hold the rest of his words in. Why are you so dirty? I don't know, Padre and Kellenor make me wash twice a day. Guess the dirt's like me, hey? Do you like playing in the market? Not always, but it's better than school, hey? And I like watching Sophie making sculptures. The one that goes sharp and curly reminds me of the monsters on the side of Scarola. Scarohall. What is that, a building? Yeah, Shuva, Jeremy says, chuckling. It's a building at the center of town. 1,000 hands tall with a mural on the side like Sophie's sculpture, but flat and purple rock. Don't think you're going to miss if you're looking for it, eh? Well, you will, Allergen mutters, studying Jerem for the corners of his eyes. Scarrow Hall was a huge temple at the center of town, like he says. It was torn down centuries ago. Kid's either a liar or a cocker. Farewell. You keep using words I don't recognize. Where did you hear them? The Ram's face goes white. I'm not allowed to tell adults about that, or about where I'm from. His gaze steers to Padja, Kellenor, both of whom are suddenly taking a greater interest in the conversation. Don't ask, hey? I'm in so much trouble. I'm not even sure what I did. Oh, I hate to see this. Tibble says, raising his eyes to the sky. Such a bright and promising lad, and he's already keeping terrible secrets from his elders. What? Jem says, squinting up at him. No, it's not like that. It's nothing rancid. I just promised I would stay quite right. Tibble gives you a barely perceptible jerk of his chin, urging you on. He's right, Jerem. You shouldn't be ashamed of the truth. Tibble nods solemn agreement. You can't help noticing that he looks somewhat ashamed. Jerem wavers, looking between his adopted parents and the two of you. Finally he gives up. All right, I guess I can tell you, but you can't spread it around, right? All right, tell me about where you're from. Here, Shuva, he says, brow crinkling in frustration. I'm from here. It's just up and changed without me. I grew up in the Downs. My parents lost their spots in the work chain and we went to sleep hungry more and more. Neither of them could look at me without crying. He swallows. But everyone in the Downs is starving. Wasn't anything new. People started using that archway more and more. He pauses, scanning your face. The Downs have changed too. I can see it on her face. What are the Downs? If you weren't in the families in the up, everywhere else was Downs. Inside the wreckage, we'd dig deep, looking for food first, warm second. My neighborhood was inside the curvy spiral. If you've ever seen paintings of a seashell, it's like that. I knew it. What's wrong with this place? Tell me about the aqua you mentioned. Big thing. Always good smells coming out of it. Too, like roasting meat in sunny days. I used to watch it, but I was never sure what it was for, you know? And the parents in the Downs never talked about it either. He shrugs without looking at you. Then one morning I saw Connor, a friend of mine, and her Maud go up. Maud gives her a kiss, sends her through, and Connor never came out again. No, what did though? Food. Ha! No, Jem said. That'd be cruel for Connor's Maud to lose a girl and gain a meal. But no, it was a metal ring, he says, lowering his voice to a confidential whisper. Didn't look to be worth much, but every once in a while we'd heard Connor laughing. Wherever she was happy, right? He raises his hand to his cheek, then continues. Handful of days pass and my Maud makes me for a walk too. Said she'd find me when she'd saved the money, kisses me and pushes me through it. Woke up outside another archway up in Government Square. Barge and Kellor waiting for me there. Jeremy rubs his nose. They're not so bad, but I keep hoping my parents will stop by to visit, even if they don't have the money yet, right? He pauses, rubbing at the sudden moisture in his eye. I try to laugh a lot so they can hear me, though. Oh, farewell. This couple stands together, their shared gaze fixed away from you. No words pass between them. Instead, they share a silent language of tenderness. Their bodies turn subtle toward each other, forming a private space between them. His hand reaches for hers, and without looking, she claims it. Still looking past you, they smile together. His is a curving line carved in oak, hers an unabashed and radiant as a lantern on a starless night. He's so beautiful. I do hope we're a good home for him. Turning, you see the object of their attention, a young boy darting between the stalls and then playing in the dust. Each distant accelerated shout widens their respective smiles and tightens their grip on each other. But all is not entirely well here. Your sharp eyes notice their knuckles whitening on their joint grip, and slivers of sorrow, of fear in their eyes. The child's joy seemed to be a source of pain for them as well. Jerem told me about the door he went through to get here. What's going on? Had to pry, didn't you? Kellenor growls. Calm down, Kel, Badger says, putting her hand on his chest. Stranger, be Can we convince you to leave this alone, please, for the sake of our family? If Jerem finds out, I'm terrified to think what will happen. I just want to know what's going on here. I won't tell anyone. She bites her lip and searches her eyes. Your eyes. Kalonor's hand slides over her shoulder to cup the back of her neck. Maybe you're true to your word, and maybe you're not. The more we argue, Paja hisses, the more likely Jerem will overhear. Her eyes shift to you, weary and despairing. A new home. Jerem go there. Jerem got there through a house of empty time. He comes from sagas like us, only centuries in the past. That's why his speech is different, why he remembers places that aren't here anymore. She jabs your chest with a callous finger. Keep this to yourself. We'll tell him ourselves when we find a way, a kind way of letting a child know that everyone he knows and loves is long dead and dust. I will kick the gist out of her if she breaks my little boy's heart. I won't be the one to tell him, but you should, and soon. You're right, Pledger says, and we will, I promise. Tell me more about the House of Empty Time. We didn't know any more than we told you, she says, shrugging. Find the housekeeper and ask her. Her name was... She trades off forehead, Kirsten thought. Alkin Perry, Colonel says, keeper of the House of Empty Times. You might find her in the Government Square. Thank you, Cal. I couldn't hold on to a name if it was buried in the back of shins, Badger says cheerfully. Anyway, the very moment we decided to adopt, she was knocking on our door. We were nervous, but we can't argue with the results. She beams past you at Jerem. Farewell. Enjoy the market. Merchant. Free samples. You bet you're sick to death of this vegetable food. Can you? No, okay. Sophie's a sculpture. Sophie's a sculpture. This portly man's cracked, bleeding hands are always moving, picking fretfully at his thick lips, running through this thinning hair, or molding aimless shapes in the air. His clothes are marked with paint, dust, dried blood, and clay. His eyes brim with frustrated tears as he studies the strangely familiar sculptures arrayed about him. Oh, so like slivers of ice, he mutters. Fingertips long, shriveled sharp, screams dropped in flesh. She holds him in place. She's killing him. He's not looking at her. Why isn't he? Afraid? No. He claws absently at his sparse beard. What I'm not seeing, what am I missing? Who was he? What was he feeling? Without that I can do nothing. What's wrong? Everything, he said without a moment pause, effortlessly drawing you into his self-directed tirade. Every day Tilsom's right, which means everything is wrong. I'm Sophie, stone-carved sculpture, divine painter of living eyes, and in this challenge my greatest work, my talent, has finally abandoned me. I sweeps a scornful hand at the sculptures. Behold, my art, wanderer, witness these dull stumps, these crude replicas of a sublime being. What is it you think I've mad? Try to recall why the sculptures look so familiar. I could try. Success. You stare at the sculptures. Your memories flow into its sweeping curves, teasing you with what you've seen in your short life and beyond. Yes, this towering thing is the true form of the creature that pursues you. Sophie has sculptured this sorrow. You don't realize that you've spoken aloud until you hear Sophie's gap and see the tears in his eye. Yes, the sorrow, or even grief, it's present in the work. I feel it, but where? I cannot pull it from the stone. I saw this creature on a cold night not long ago, smoking coronas of blackened light roomy to my window, Sophie says, shaping the scene with his palm. And there in the street below was she, gripping a man in her talons. Before my very eyes, she ripped his essence from him, leaving him a steaming husk. He drops his hand. What do you care? You don't grasp the importance of capturing such a subject. I've seen aspects of her. Maybe I can help you capture the details. Sophie stares at you, dumbfounded. You think I'm trying to sculpt the killer? He says, and then immediately corrects himself. Of course I am. I've succeeded, in fact. She is beauty and vengeance incarnate. What artist worth this matter could capture such a being? Sophie clucks his tongue. But she doesn't need to be remembered. How could anyone forget such a lethal creature? No, the source of my ruin is a damnable man. Sophie points a trembling finger at the faceless human cradled in the statue's talon, a charred, oddly familiar pattern etched on the stone head. He stared eternity in the face and did not blink, but he will be forgotten unless I capture him here, and I cannot do that unless I know what drove him. Sophie swallows. The moment he fell, I ran for the street, but a Dendro Hoor claimed his body and took it away. Probably to the fourth chapel in the underbelly. I will never know who he was. How many statues of this being have you made? If only my efforts could be limited so. I've sculptured a blasted moment in marble, granite, clay. I've painted in oil and blood. I've even forced me into sleep, where I weaved the scene from clouds and dream stuff. A frustrated tear rolls down his cheek. Even those were flawed. Just Tiber murmurs. You think they'd be happy bunch? They slap paint on the canvas and someone pays them for it, but no, they trash about in their sleep, moaning and stealing all their sheets. Oh my goodness, Tiber, can I kick you out of the group? I hate people thinking that way. Everybody in the world has the right to mourn. It's totally not the case what you're doing. If you're drawing or not, you have the right to fucking mourn. You turn your attention back to Sophie. Tell me about the Dendro. They're cult and the curse, Sophie says. Whatever you believe, they exist to preserve the great works of humanity, to celebrate life. You may even believe them until you smell their breath. The truth is that they squat in the underbelly chapel, eating corpses and claiming it gives them power. If I learn anything about the subject, I will let you know.
I'll remember that.
Okay, he's grunting. And several of pieces the creature depicted appears to almost lunge out of stone, almost as if hurling itself at the sculpture. Perhaps that's why they're left unfinished. Slaver, whatever that is. Oh, wait a second. First things first. Don't talk to me, talk to the boss. Let's see. Slaver, Dole. Oh, you have a good name.
I'm going.
What's that? Oh, healing. Okay. As you approach, the white-haired woman eyes you. The white-haired woman eyes you speculatively. Speculatively? What? And whispers something to her companions. They burst out laughing, and a slight smirk plays about her lips. A breathing mask dangles from a cord around her neck, and you can see where it was cut permanent grooves into her face. She shuffles her hair, messing it still further, and sings out, "Come to my slave, Castor. If you come to me, you must want something of the sort." She's a fresh one, I can smell on her. How do you know I'm Castor? The tattoo. I've dealings with your kind before. I know about you. She rakes her finger through the hair. If anything, the motion serves to obscure vision even more. So, Castor, information you might want, cost comes with a price. What kind of information? You think you will get it from me that easily? I don't think so. I know your type. You cast off. Little one, if you can be trusted. I give you this information, you're gone before I can collect my prize. You'll give me if I decline to say outright what secrets I hold.
I'll remember that.
One of my wards has run off. She's taken a head wound, not my doing, and I've been watching after her. I don't know where she's gone, but I suspect she's headed to Cliff's Edge. Plenty of other urchins clamoring about the place, and she'd find it easy to blend in. Sadly, my troop and I detained you, so we can't go ourselves. These lag nimbers are tired of hunting her. Damn girl hides well, too well. She's a scrawny child, name's Rin. Head wound, but is covered by dark, curly hair. Has a little necklace around her throat, mumbles about her gods. Go get her for me, and I will tell you what you want to know. Answer a few other questions for me first. Fine. Can you tell me about yourself? I'm a slaver. I'm the last person you want to make an enemy. I've got a reputation for coming through my word. Nothing else need concern for you. Can you tell me about the Order of Truth? You want to deal with them? Be my guest. Those pompous AM priests are up by Government Square. Think they can unlock the secret of the past, but they're not focusing on what's most important, which is certainly for the future. They say they've studied, learning, but the fact is they're not doing anything useful. Don't let them tell you otherwise. I had some question about the cult of the Changing God. Her lip curls. Delusional meaning seekers. They spend their time chasing their imaginary deity, ignoring what it means to be alive. Oh, what has he done now? They say. Can I tongue his divine arse? As if knowing his life makes theirs any better. By studying his action, they might be able to replicate his success. Please, if they were going to succeed at anything, they'd have done it by now. But look around, do you hear of them doing anything of note? Living in grand mansions, owning fleets of airships? You don't, and it's because they're intent of living in someone's shadow. She curls her tongue and spit. Nothing grows in the shade. What about mushrooms? He holds up his hand, placating. Of course, I get your point. No one likes mushrooms. Hey, I like mushrooms. Maybe if there'd been... Hang on, I'm not getting into a discussion of comparative cuisine with you. I have some question about slavery in Cygos Cliffs. It's not so bad, not horrific. Almost no one sells them for parts anymore. Fact is, most of them go down to the Bloom, where they can work off their debt to society by opening a more or two. It's not a forever thing, it's a punishment. I have some question about Stagos Glyphs. Ask someone who cares. I think the city is the sewer. Farewell. Sure. Wait! Don't you have a quest for me? Farewell. Okay, so the quest is there. So let's see that thing. Oh no, not Otero. Unsaving.
Go.
Yeah, I don't want to see that really. That looks strange. She hides in corners, hides in cracks. Oh my god. Okay. Felinda. Nearly every inch of a merchant's body is covered in tightly wound ropes and furs. A hood obscures its head and a mask conceals its face. This doesn't stop you from noticing that it's apparently furious with you, trembling. It bats at its similarly dressed companion. Both of them turn impassive mask back to you. Neither Felinda nor Steristi could believe it, but the thief had come back. Had she come in shame, ready to return what she'd taken? No, her hands were empty, expression baffled. Belinda crossed folded arms. Perhaps the thief had simply forgotten to return what she'd borrowed, but this made her no less a thief. Are you narrating me? The thief said, trying to distract Felina from the matter at hand, but the merchant would not be distracted. Besides, the merchant had been asked this question many times. 10 years ago, the thief had borrowed a book. Belinda wondered if she scoundrel was possibly unfamiliar with the definition of the word. I did not mean taking a thing and keeping it after all. Ceristi pointedly returns to work, ignoring you both. Belinda sighs, massaging its temple with gloved hands. But in the end, Belinda took a deep breath and asked the thieves to simply return the sealed and long overdue book by the 5-colored sigil on its cover. Oh, I can't promise anything, but I'll look for it. The thief muttered ashamed, but Felina was satisfied, temporarily. And with that the merchant returns to its work as well. Why do you narrate everything I say? The thief said, but Felina knew for long experience that there was no explaining it. The merchant kneels before a bookshelf and jams book after book into remaining space. This frustrated Felinda. After all, the two merchants were creatures of words, bound in metal and claws, but whenever Felina tried to bend these same words into explanations and answer, they crumbled and fell apart. They could not force themselves around the truth. The merchant slams the final book into place, and so Felinda said nothing. And once again Felinda was exonerated. The thief knew she was a thief. Why won't you tell me why you're narrating everything I say? The thief pleaded. She didn't understand that Felina wasn't speaking, that what the thief was hearing was the passage of time. Okay, farewell.
I'll remember that.
The silent merchant traces dark fingers over a cracked scroll. It appears to be ignoring you as politely as possibly. Watch the risky work. The merchant's spread-fingered hands glide over a faded parchment with a faint sound of quilt scratching. Vibrant letters in an unfamiliar tongue appear in their wake. The merchant is destroying the work once recorded on the scroll, not writing it. You are certain of that, but it is scanning it in some... But is it scanning it in some way? Or coaxing the text from the page? Looking closely, you see that Ceridi's finger unraveling onto coiled threads that taste the faded letters below before pricking the page itself. Fresh ink wells up from the holes forming the words. Watch Ceristi work some more. The merchant again passes a hand over the page and hear the scrape of quill on paper. Dark letters emerge from the shadow of that hand as if pulled from beneath the page. You cut holes in the page and ink flows up, almost as if you're tattooing it. Ceristi jerks in what you can only be surprised, then holds up a single, colorless finger, bidding you to watch. It resumes the stronger scroll, but slower, so you can watch and understand. Eventually you do. The page is no simple grocery list, a musty treatise. Steresti's methods might be different if it was. The scroll is alive, and Steresti is carefully and methodically waking it up. The fresh ink gleams as brightly as sleeper's eyes on waking. As amazement esteem. Huh! When the scroll is fully restored, the ink flashes. The page promptly crumples itself up and bursts into flames. Neither of the merchants react to this in any way. When the smoke clears, Ceristi plucks on an object from the pile of ashes, taking hold of your wrist and leaving tingly, inky fingerprints. The merchant drops into your palm and closes your hand over it. Then Ceristi takes another faded page from a pile and starts fresh. Why is your partner narrating me? Ceristi either ignores you or does not hear you. Farewell! What the heck was that? Amulet of Eternal Traveler. Flex skill. Choose one exploration lore or convention skill. And that... Can I wear that? Oh, I can. Yay! 3, 4, 1. upstairs. Okay. The sign over the store says the arming room, buy, sell, trade. Under the awning, a skinny man with stooped shoulders and a concave chest is cleaning a filth-caked weapon of some kind. He salutes you with a greasy hand. Done in a moment. Have a look around. If you need anything, let me know. Oh my. Oi. I don't think I need something. In front of you is a weary traveller, whose grim visage is mostly obscured by a pointy hat. Upon closer inspection, the lines on his face indicate he has seen much and has many tales to tell. Hello there, friend. Here to see the Nynxemeron? My friend in a cage over there. You are you just looking to spend a word or two? Are you looking for someone who can repair a complicated device? It must be in desperate shape if you're patrolling the circus talking to strangers. He says, do you have a piece of the device? Might be that I can offer my opinion. The man's face carries the impenetrable nonchalance of a lifelong gambler, but even so you spot a hint of curiosity, hunger even, deep in his glittering eyes. Any device? Maybe I could improve the trap. No. Can't help you fix something I've never seen. Sorry, friend. Want to see the creature up close? Your curiosity does you credit, friend. It will only cost you 25 shines. That's too much. I'm the only one in line. How about 10 shines? El Hinto surveys you with an unreadable gambler stare, stroking his chin with a cracked thumb. Finally smiles. Always nice to meet a fellow barterer, he says and takes your money. Visit our guests whenever you're ready. Worth every shine. Or shine, I promise. He says, pocketing your admission fee. Visit our guests whenever you're ready. I have some questions. He's far from mine, friend, Hindu says with a raspy chuckle, as you'll likely see if I get too close to his cage. He tips his head at you. Go on, ask a question. What is a Nynxemeron anyway? A biochemical union of stubborn curiosity and frothing malice, he says. Who made them no one can say, but they cannot be trusted or befriended. Cross the path or thwart their incomprehensible whims, and they will kill you if they can. Wait, you called the creature he. Is it male? Could be female or genderless or many-gendered. Who can say? I have our friend imprisoned and I feel better about that fact if I don't call him it. How did you capture the creature? I suppose you could blame luck, he says. Little early to call it good or bad, though. His eyes seek the sky as he begins the story. I was working on, well, I'll call it a trap, in a valley through some nameless ruins. Canada was off hunting for dinner, and I work in a daze. Always do when I'm concentrating. A smile flits across his face. Near sunset the trap was still in pieces, and I heard Canada roaring my name. I turned just in time to see your guests bearing down on me. The creature's volley of molten energy cracked off the personal barrier I'd left active while building the trap, but I knew it couldn't hold. Then Canada leaped off the valley edge onto the Nynxemeron's back, bashing it with his hammer. It shrieked and then night fell, and the creature went still. Echinto shrugs. I worked a touch frantically, admit, to finish the trap. It hadn't been designed for gas, but as you can see, it worked. Lucky it did. Gives me a lot of confidence for a trip back to Lorik too. How did you get the creature into the city? A fair question, he says, casting a lazy glance back at the cage, but a longer answer, and not as interesting as I would like. So let's just say that the trap is more collapsible than it appears. What do you plan on doing with the Nixamaron when you are done showing it off? We like to release it and run as if every kind of demon in the world is after us. We're no trappers, see, we're explorers. We only in this to save up some coin for a journey across a long path of ground. He rubs the back of his neck. Not that our motives can make much difference to our guest. He'll want to borrow skins once we let him go, and I can't say I blame him. We should do it at night, but even then I expect he will try to kill us. I want to ask about something else. Okay, farewell. Take care, friend. This large, bald, broad-shouldered man turns to face you. You freeze. It's not his dark logo as Ledgehammer. It's that beneath his mustache and goatee, he's so ugly he'd scare his own mother in a dark alley. He gives you an abrupt nod, and you get the distinct impression that he is then the man who enjoys the boredom of standing guard and the company of his own thoughts. Slow day, good. Nothing wrong with a slow day. He lays his gaze over the city skyline and falls into patient silence. What is that thing in the cage? Oh, Nurse Thurman, he says, a friend will tell you about it, if that's what you want. How did you capture this? Long story. Canada draws and falls into silence. Apparently that wasn't an introduction, but an excuse. He seems to be staring and adds, ask her who's the talker, or watch the beast. How does the cage hold the creature? Don't know, he says. This time he doesn't bother looking your way. A thin double did. Where do you and your partner come from? He exhales softly through his nose, giving you the distinct impression that you're making him work harder than he'd like. Lorik, city and beyond, packed with blood, mad praise, giant razor cats and dread, hordes of dread. His weighted gaze seeks the horizon. I don't miss it, but I'll hint it does. If you want stories, he's the one to ask. Says we're going back. Won't be a good day for Lorik if we do. Chibi whistled at the mention of Lorik, but says no more. It seems like a Clint who does all the work in your partnership. He should. Canada says, scowling at you, revealing for a moment the roiling temper beneath the man's determined calm. You guess large hair, under the muscle, he's there. He trades off, searching for the word. Brains? That's right. Canada says with chagrin. He does all the work while I relax because he's a smart one. He looks away. We don't talk now. Ich kann sagen, I can visit the good. Kind of says, furrowing this patchy eyebrow. It's clear that he doesn't understand why he's still talking to him. Have a few questions about the city? Our son who lives here, he says, raising his hand. We're not expert on any city. We don't want to be. I'm looking for someone who can repair the device. He's already shaking his head before you finish speaking. We don't have anyone like that. We're not around here. Okay.
Of course.
The cage on which the creature floats is a simple frame that contains a shimmering, nearly intransparent cylinder of energy. It emits a low hum, barely audible, that sets your teeth on edge. The container is a delicate filigree of ornate materials with no apparent controls. But surely they must be hidden somewhere in the traceries and protrusions of the wirework. You approach the cage cautiously. The monster within looks like a fungal blob mated with a muscular ichthyoid. Its multiple tentacles terminate in syringes, needles, and injectors. This mass sits atop, and it's integrated with a floating orb of some kind. It seems to be both mechanical and biological, with one system flowing smoothly into the next, a creation from some mad nightmare. The energy field darkens protectively and automatically as the creature throws itself at its walls, thrashing and striking mindlessly with its needle-tipped tentacles. The darkening is almost a strobe-like effect. Even as you watch, one of the tentacles coils back and blasts furious plasma at the wall of its cage. The cage holds, but the shields dim to prevent any radiation from the blast from escaping. What are you? If anything, the creature redoubles its effort to strike at you. It limns a flurry rage. Examine the cage. The cage appears to be made of mixture of synth-spun strong glass and lightweight metal, intricately embroidered to create mind-warping patterns, executive and strange. Energy shifts and flickers among the crevices, and somehow being shaped by the form of the materials. Your close examination reveals a small panel worked cunningly into the frame of the cage. Some of the filigrees are worn and smooth, as if slowly eroded by friction. Perhaps these are the controls. I don't want to do that, sorry. Step back from the cage. The cage throbs at a pitch almost below the threshold of your hearing. How do you come to be here? It draws away from the edge of the energy field for a moment, as if gathering its thoughts, and then it launches itself at you, rebounding off the deceptive solidities of the cage. Its tentacles flay widely, the needless at their tips glinting and oozing. What can you tell me of the place? Are you absolutely crazy? A dim light builds underneath the Neutral the orb as its base glowing brighter and brighter. Two tentacles stroke it and then pull out a stream of bright lightning. They stretch it between themselves, building in intensity, and then they hurl it at you. The walls of the cage darken instantly, and when they lighten again, you see the monster within flailing and crashing fruitlessly against its invisible walls. Can you understand me at all? The creature redoubles its effort to strike at you. It slims at flurry rage. Leave it alone. Unmoved.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. What did you try? This man is large and broad-shouldered, and in steel armor painted on the silver and indigo colors of Sadras cliffs. He seems to be an ordinary soldier or constable of the city. Too ordinary, perhaps. As you scan his face, you see that his features are plain, forgettable, almost generic. Not only that, his eyes are a little too large, his smile too firmly fixed upon his face. He may look human, but his mind feels like a complete blank. Are you with the City Watch? The soldier peers at you, smile never leaves his face. You must be a stranger to the city. Perhaps from one of the autochthonous tribes along the frontier. Allow me to welcome you to Sago's Cliff, visitors. He speaks the final word like a title, almost a honorific. I'm a levy. You may rely upon me, and other like me, for protection and assistance at the discretion of the council and the slave families. You called yourself a levy. What does that mean? Every citizen is required to raise a levy for the protection of the city. In times of war, strife, citizens are sometimes called upon to raise additional levies, but this has not been required since a dread destroyer crossed the northern frontier 34 years ago. Levies are raised by the citizens? Yes, a year of life is taken from a citizen. The lost year is used to create a levy. He pauses ever so briefly, though his smiles remain fixed in place. That is why our lifespan is precisely 1 year long. When our spans are up, we degrade into uncomponent matter. If you're curious about the process, I've been instructed to direct you to the Order of Truth, where you might observe the machine that is our parent. How much time do you have left before you degrade into your component matter? I've only existed for 14 days, so by the standard calendar I have 299 remaining, unless I'm killed in the line of duties. Examine the levy carefully. If you saw the face of this man on the streets of a city, you wouldn't glance at him twice. His features are utterly ordinary and forgettable. Not too ugly, not too handsome. It is indeed almost like he's an average of many thousands of men. Schau, schau. Viel Spaß mit dem wunderschönen Wetter. Ich schwöre dir, es ist ein Albtraum. Their idiosyncrasies and imperfections merge into a bland middle ground. The exceptions, of course, are the eyes, which are just a bit too large for the face, and the fixed, ever-present smile. Taken together, the man's features give you a vague sense of unease. One other detail catches your attention, almost hidden by the Levy's armor, is a tiny fetish or charm. A roughly fashioned representation of an archway or window, made from bits of metal, wood and glass. What is this little object you attached to your armor? Did you make it yourself? For the briefest moment the Levy's smile nearly falters. That is my year. The year that was taken from a citizen to create me. It reminds me of the front window through which he would have seen the pretty girl who sells the false birds. Would have been a good year. Who are the council and slave families? Do they govern the city? Indeed so. Each slave family sends one representative, usually the head of the family, to sit in the council. We are required to follow their commands. So you really serve the council, not the people of the city? Yes, that is correct. What is happening here? An execution of treason, ordered by acclamation of the council. The condemned man is guilty of selling state secrets to a foreign power. Farewell. Oh. Beleza. Could you... Whoa. This thin, fidget Ian priest shouts furtive, sidelong glances at the creature in the nearby cage while humming a nonchalant tune. When he sees that you're watching him, he flinches. Over the course of few frantic breaths, shock become embarrassed anger, and he opens his mouth to shout at you. There must be a way, but how? They never leave it alone. Then he spots Elogen at your side and sneers. Oh, you found someone to chase shadows with, Elogen? How much are you paying her to pretend your blather makes sense? He spits at your companion's feet. Elogen raises his eyebrows at the spatter of wet dirt. It's nice to be famous, not that you know, because I sure as hell don't know you. He smirks in your direction. Typical Order of Truth acolyte here, treating tasty gossip as evidence. Doesn't matter if something's true as long as it's interesting. I'm not getting involved in this. Good, he says, smirking at the priest. Not use arguing with Ian priests anyway. You're better off roaming your words down the wall. The young acolyte pointedly turns from your companion to face you. What do you want about the creature over there? What? The Belazar says, jumping. Then he takes a breath and struggles to sound offhand. It's in the... This name! This is so awful! Nishthemeron. A biomechanical creature. An information gatherer, in fact. He seems to calm down as he warms to the topic. They're dangerous, though. You can only speak to them at night. During daylight they attack without provocation. Attacks without thinking, huh? Elijah says, smirking at Belazar. You're practically twins. You're planning something, are you? Belazar waits his intent of your words and with narrows eyes. Are you with the Order of Truth, or just snooping? Just curious. Well, I'm not planning anything, I'm enjoying the fresh air. He snaps, eyes starting to the Nithrimon. Honestly and openness, hallmark of the orders. Editor mutters, keeping his voice low. If you really want to know what he's up to, you could ask one of the other priests at the order. I'm sure they'd be happy to sell the secret. Farewell. Willkommen zurück. Okay. Child, performer.
Yes, now.
What? Yeah. Genocide? What? This burly armored-clad figure stands almost motionless as you approach. He regards you silently through his singular eye. The studs on his arms and the blades on his shoulders are stained and pitted with age. When he speaks, his voice is muffled and artificial, a hollow grumble that emanates from the entirety of the helmet. I am the genocide. If you ask, I must answer. Pass on, then, and exchange no words. His surface thoughts are like a crystal pool, alternately transparent or as perfectly reflecting his words. His mind reveals nothing hidden, except for a low-level hatred of everything around him. This latter is more feeling you get than an actual thought that you hear. What are you? Armor blade that cannot cut, a weapon that cannot strike, a living monument to failure. He shifts his weight. You hear the throne in his voice. I was Ojesti Kotu, the firm hand of tradition. They called me one of the Black Three. Enemies did not understand us. They took my name to mean death, and a dozen extinct tongues called me Orphan Maker, Hope Smasher, Death's Child. My armies blackened the earth and the skies. My dragons scored the land. Domination was my duty. If they had known, if they had welcomed us, they might have been our thralls. Instead, they became dust. He gestures. All this, it was to have been mine in stewardship for the future of my people. It was promise. But now, his arms fall back to its side. Now I am the genocide, a relic, the last of my kind. You said you were the last of your kind. Why? I know of no others, Kolagadam, or he who shares truth and understanding is dead. Wassalulo, the blinding light of reason, was destroyed. The honor spine has fallen. My people are destroyed utterly, and our servant God speaks to us no longer. The clean lines of order and the glory of battle have forsaken us. The rest are dust. We rose against a superior foe. We are outmatched. Only I remain to tell the story of the tabard. You mentioned the tabard. Who or what are they? My people. His voice is fallen. Great warriors. We owned this land. We served the underspine and it served us. We saw truth and victory. We ascended to epiphany. We were pure, incorruptible, indivisible even in disunity. We found strength in one another, and proved it with bloody blades. But we fell, and the underspine fell. And so too late we learned a new truth. But I carry the old ways as a seed within my heart. Can you tell me more about the underspine? Oh, slave, our God, our prize, it kept us holy, kept us pure and unchanging, anchored to a fixed point. The world turned around us, but we remained constant when the world brought inconstancy. We fed it blood. He pauses. The underspine was our soul, our confessor. We knew clean, hard rapture from it. We knew a path. It gave us the word of the ancient tabard. Our path was rigid and unbending, absolute. What was the underspine? You would not understand. It was a machine, it was a stone, it was a cavern, it was a city, it was the direct voice of our ancestors. It spoke in our heads, in our ears, in our hearts. We had the voice in our creatures, in our daily instructions. Our God was true and strong and singular, not the fickle, inconstant things of the modern day. What is the benefit of an absolute path? We had no questions about our duty and about our goals, only the particulars. We raised doubts in the purity of utter certainty. Questions raised are question answered, or their heresy. No need of self-agony. The necessity of introspection was transmuted into optimization of our paths, depassioning ourselves into the pinnacle of our achievement. Clear definition of life creates truth, not this pitiful shadow. What happened to the spine? You can hear the throne in his words. Sabotage or failure. One of those under my command told me that it had whispered defeat into his ears, as if it had sickened, lost sight of the true path. Given the question, the underspine denied this. My soldier was cast out, and I suffered the barb of his doubt. It was later, years later, that the underspine broke, after our failure, and I've never been sure if it's the seed of our defeat we planted in those days. He shuffles his feet. The Nano who captured me, who held me to time. He used the mind sphere to ferret out the underspine's location. I do not know if he ever found it in the world. He raped a genocide from me, and mocked me with his sobriquet. I was not to blame. I will stand before the underspine and swear my innocence. If your path was unbending, it's no wonder you broke. Ooh, something is happening. I do not bend now. I've been driven down, but I do not bend. I live, and those stood against me are dead. He turns away from me slightly. Do you have more questions, or do you release me? You said you had to answer if I ask why. From within the helmet you hear a grinding noise, the sound of teeth gnashing amplified. Then the voice again bleak. We sat at the river's edge, we wept for the time that was. We saw nothing more to conquer, and yet our fears still drove us. We had conquered the land, purged its impurities, made it ours. Still we wanted more. When we heard that humans had come to carve a home, we rejoiced to have a new foe, a new test for our truth. We rode against them. We drove them to the forge of the night sky, to the valley of Mirajolius, to the danger of the Black Ridge. But those who built atop these ruins, they thwarted us, time and again, and so we brought our constructs and our deadliest warriors to the bay outside the city. We laid a mighty siege. We entered the human settlement. We fought past barricades and traps. Some of our constructs are still here, silent and dead. But when we thought we had achieved our greatest victory, he lowers his head. A powerful Nano saved them. With his magics he called upon the strength of the ancients and captured us. I thought my life was at an end, but he imprisoned me in slow time, trapped me in my body, used machines to paralyze my will. I still remember our glories. I see the faded future in front of me, and I'm powerless to act. The memories of our triumphs remain always at the forefront of my mind, and I must answer the mocking question of these people or suffer. Can you tell me about the Nano who trapped you here? How did he stop you? The genocide raises his hands in defeat. He found out knowledge and made it his own. He created defenses that we could not penetrate. Most telling, most effective, the shield generators. He created 3 barriers around the heart of the city, and the last unmoored the city in time. When our constructs touched it, they flashed to stasis. We could not reach the city, but the city could reach us. You feel the tickling of memory as the genocide speaks of the shields. He continues to talk, obviously. Let the memory come. It's a patchy memory coming in still images and moments. The relentless speed of the war machines as they approach in the city. The reavers in the sky dirigibles. Oh my goodness, what is this word? You remember fighting them on a parapet. You remember fleeing into the safety of the city. You recall making your way to the shield generators, cutting off the parapet supply lines. And then the memory fades. The genocide watches you silently. You seem very calm for someone who has been in prison for centuries. I've been defeated. I have nothing to fight for. My captor castrated me with a tool they made to dampen my natural urges. I can remember the actions. I can recall the glory, but I feel shame, regret. I'm weakened, but not by my volition. The genocide squeezes his fist. What does it matter? Those who stood against me are all dead. I'm victorious. I no longer fight with the blade. My weapon is time. He leans in closer. I do not die. I cannot be wounded. I am held like a beetle in sap. Why would I not be serene? He settles back. The honor spine spoke of my destiny. I was too vague, worn to the edge of the universe, but the universe keeps going, and so it seems must I. Someday I will be free. Someday. Until then, I am incorruptible. How did they stop you from trying to escape? The nano who raised the city shields created a device. He called it the Mind Seer. With it he violated my mind, my memories, and everything that was at the core of my being. In a fit of vengeance, he tore truth from me. He made me betray my people. He rode my mind. He gave me perfect clarity into the past and galled my ability to shape the future. The Tavern never sought revenge against foes who were mightier than we. We devised stratagems to defeat them. We tested ourselves. We did not punish or hate. Punishment was purification. This, though, is torture. The worst of the city refused can mock me now. They can ridicule and jape, and I'm powerless to strike them for their impudence. Then quieter, and now they don't even do that. I've become a fixture, I hate tongue twisters, an irrelevance, a non-entity. I am the slave to... You hear his teeth grinding as he thinks of the perfect insult to peacemakers. I must endure their presence and feel their corruption sink into me daily. Some foreign part of me desires it. He thumps his fist into his hand. But I remember that I will triumph over them. Eventually they will die, and I will not. You mentioned the shield generators. Can you tell me about them? I told you they're a fact. They unmoored the city in time. They severed our supply lanes. Severed? Severed? Severed. They left us vulnerable and defeated us. The underspine strategy failed us. I began to doubt. He shifts slightly. The generators are unused, abandoned, their purpose forgotten. Though the people of the city still swear by our name and our terrors are fresh and their nightmares, despite the passage of centuries, they've forgotten the means of their salvation. This one beside me no longer functions, but one of the others is buried in the ground not far from here, has not yet failed. It powers the clock around which those ridiculous fool prances. The man who defeated you was the changing god. He and his children are still alive. His voice is flat and dead. Others have claimed this. I do not know if they say this to torment me, but if our enemy was a god, even he was once but a man, then to stand against him is to spit in the face of the divine. The Taba were a holy people. Human do not believe it, but our rights were as sacred to us as they were profane to your kind. We accepted the will of the ineffable? Any who still live may yet find the mantle of goodhood. To be divine is to be beyond the rule of mortal ethics. Those who would be gods must cast aside these concerns if they are to turn against the old teachings. Can this quest sign please disappear? Will it ever disappear? It will never disappear. Holy shit. I glitched the game!
Yes, now.
God damn it.
Yes, now.
The structure is embedded in the ground. It was clearly not made by the same people who built the circus minor. It looks as though the device extends deeper into the ground below the road, where the runes are spread across the device surface. Oh, look, it's one of Deadly Ship's vessel. Oh, can it be? What fortune, what joy! Kashmir, we want to see your vessel, and Mimian too. What the fuck? Oh, you're my destiny! I don't want to go to you yet. Let's see.
Yes.
Crier. Ugh. What a name. A star falls into the reef, hundreds witness the spectacle. Okay.
I'm going.
I'm going. Autochthon. Want meat? Fried meat? Meat, blim, lum, me? Sagas.
Alright.
Sagas. I want to talk to you. Leave area. I don't want to leave the area. Mutant? What? The sun is nourishing today, is it not? Can I just... Nope, still there.
Go.
I like it too, but you have it done.
Fine.
You have 100% chance to enemy your volcano. Holy shit. I'm in the underbelly. Nice. Ah, it's gone. Roper. What the heck are you? You ain't one scourge, aren't you? Ain't enough here for both of us. It's a bit loud, isn't it? Interrupting a chat's a good way to get scarred. Okay, I'm sorry. Manthapa. This lissom Jack looks down on his luck, judging from his bare feet and dusty jerkin, but he takes in his surroundings with hopeful gaze. As you approach, he smiles and throws out his arms in greeting, which reveals the tools of his trade on his belt. How now, hot mate, got any? He stops as he sees Tibber with you. Tibber! He bellows. Good to see you. Also heard you and running from the levees. Looked him again, eh? Is this your new crew? Looking for an in and out man? I'm free at the moment and ready and able to do some crimes. 2 old friends. They've gotta have some work for me. For the briefest of seconds, Tibber looks like he wants to throttle the life of the young man. Then he laughs. Man's my boy, always joking. He puts an arm around the young man's neck and snugs him in a little too tight. If you're not careful, some law-abiding person is going to think you're serious and call the watch on you and me. And no, this is not my new crew. This is my friend who I'm helping to find a way around the pitfalls of our great city. Derby turns to you. Man's actually the most honest boy in Sager's Cliff. Aren't you, man? He swallows. Why, yes, I am. They don't come much honoster than man's pa. I pretty much just sit around all day thinking of ways I could be more on. Oh, that tattooed woman isn't the lady I knew. When am I gonna learn? Jibber's matty palm covers Menthy Mouse. That's fine, lad, that's fine. He smiles at you. You know, Menth has the most dangerous job in Sagus Cliff. He's a window washer, hangs out over the sea faces of those cliff houses and scrubs away without a care. And if that weren't enough, when he's not working, he's down here in the underbelly helping people find the way around. Go on, just ask him. He knows everything about the place. Ah, it's right, says Mendy as the tipper lifts his hand. Ask me anything you want to hear about the people who live here, or maybe the Stitcher tunnels, or the manufactory, or those crazy Dendro who bastards. Give me a general take on the underbelly. He shrugs. It's the bottom of the ladder, as they say around here. There ain't no more down to go, but it's a good thing, right? Means you've got nowhere to go but up. Passing through Dims's cheery expression. Unless you drown or get swallowed by the bloom or something. Tame out the people. He blows out his cheeks. Well, I won't talk about everyone. There's a lot of us here, but I will hit the highlights, or lowlights, I guess. He starts to count them off on his fingers. There's Folsom, of course. He runs things around here. Not officially, mind. He's just the sharpest chagan with the hardest crew, is all. Michala, who sells bits and boobs at her store. Mihuk the meatmonger, who sells, meat. He pets its chest. Tell Mook I sent you off. Pay him a visit. He gives me a shin for each refoul. Let's see. There's Elwyn, the Ian prays to... Allergen. This Allergen, the Ian prays to... Oh, there you are, Allergen. I was just about to say one of the things about you. I'll bet. Go on. Sure, then there's Mapper, a crazy cock who covered in maps, and, well, I suppose there's Crook Keeg. He's not very interesting, but she looks funny, if that's your float. What do you know about the Stitcher tunnels? They've dug 'em all over the place around here. You only see the ends of 'em, since they fill 'em with loose dirt that only they can dig through. What about the manufactory? The heart of industry in Sagus Cliffs. People think only the crazy and the crooked live down here in Underbelly, but if you want to see the hardest working people in the city, go look at those furnaces. That's real work, that is. Poor saps. What's the point of honest work if it doesn't get you out of the soul? Tell me more about the Dendro War. The cannibals. Sometimes I think they do it just so they can be crazier than anybody else. I know they get some kind of mumbo-jumbo reason for eating dead folks, but I think they just like making people squirm, you know? If you say so.
Sure enough.
You gotta be tough on run version down here, even if your bones are made of glass. Whatever the fuck he just said. Whatever the fuck he just said. A pair of gauntlets is on the table. They look as though they were intended to provide real-time analysis and physical monitoring of any human or place inside. Oh, is this more a way of changing God quarters? Ober. Leave me be. Crooked Keeg. A small hollow-cheeked mutant sings a soft, varying tune to herself. Yellow bruises discolor her skin. Wounds formed not from violence but from malnutrition, and her prominent bones bend and twist at odd angles. Still, she smiles. She smiles at the oily water, devoid of any fish. She smiles as she arranges her empty basket beside her. And she smiles at you when she sees you standing over her. Standing over? Sees you standing over her? Not staring? I don't know. Hello, I'm Crooked Cake of the Gold Canyon Tribe. I haven't seen you down here before. I hope you're not here to fish. They're nibbling instead of biting today. She cuffs into her cupboard hands, a raw and ragged hacking that bends her double. You take her for a child at first, but after studying her features, it's clear she is in her late teens. It's only some mutation in a bony stature born of starvation that makes her seem childlike. You said you're part of the Cold Canyon tribe. Are they down here too? No, she says lightly. They're all gone, either dead or gone. She still isn't meeting your eyes. There used to be a lot of fun. There used to be a lot of us. We came here when I was a baby, running from... She pauses, thinking, a war. Some sort of war that never ends. My parents thought we would be safe here, but the tribe died off one by one. She turns away, wiping her eyes. A city's hard on people like us. How was the city hard on your tribe? They were used to living in the wilderness, so they knew what they could eat safely. It's not so simple. My mother told me that 10 people died eating tainted food before we found this fishing hole. What? She stares into the murky water. Then there's the diseases you can catch in the city. And the hate. A lot of us were killed just for being hard to look at, I guess. Is it as hard for you to survive here as it was for your people? No, she says, smiling. I don't have a lot to eat, but I'm more resistant to sickness than my parents were, and people here know me. They leave me alone. You said everyone in your tribe is dead. Not everyone, she says, with a brave little smile. I'm here, and some of us just left for better places. I bet they're doing really well. Your real name is Crooked Keek. Sort of. My parents called me Keek, but the nickname came later. She hunches over, her eyes darting shadowy from side to side. It's because I sell junk for high prices, and bribe levies to carry people off in the night. She laughs. No, not really. People call me Crook because I look twisted and broken. I wish they wouldn't, but it's okay. I'm Crook, right? Don't you mind that people call you crooked? Not really. I can call them liars, can I? She smiles, but it's not the radiant thing you saw before. Are you sure you don't mind? I do, she admits softly, but I won't be less crooked if they stop. Why do you think the fish aren't biting? The fish down there are pretty fast and smart. They're nibbling at the bait, then swimming away. She watches the line with a combination of hunger and weariness. It's hard for me to get to the pole in time when the rod twitches, and harder to reel and catch. I'm not very strong. Can I try fishing with your gear? You're welcome to it, she says. Only if you do find something, could you share? She trails off blushing. Never mind, company's better than scrawny fish. Farewell.
All right.
This thin glowing thread pierces the surface of water and plunges deep into the black depths, like a white line drawing shining ink. Okay, um es mal jetzt um jetzt mal aus dem Spiel raus, ne? Alter! Das Wetter hier war eine Katastrophe. Erst hat das hier angefangen, die Wolken zuzuziehen, ja? Dann hat es nur noch geblitzt, ohne Pause. Es war nur noch Blitzen, 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 Blitzen. Es war... was geht denn jetzt ab? Kann es nicht wenigstens regnen? Und dann, als es angefangen hat zu regnen, war, als wäre eine Wand runtergekommen, ja? Einfach so eine richtige Wand. Und in dem Moment bin ich zu den Fenstern gesprintet. Eins konnte ich noch retten, also retten im Sinne von, konnte ich noch zumachen. Es hat mir fast meine Wand ruiniert. Die komplette Wand war nass. Es ist von oben bis runter, unten runtergelaufen. Und hier ist Parkett drin. Nicht Parkett, sondern Laminat. Ich bin froh, dass es sich jetzt nicht vollgesaugt hat. Ja. Und das andere Fenster hat es fast aus den Angeln gehebelt. So ein Schwung an Wind kam an. Das war also, nee. Katastrophe. Und jetzt ist es leider wieder kochend warm. Examine the line. You try flicking the shining string and your finger goes right through it. Could you try catching something for me? I had no luck today. Besides, everything down here is pretty much stronger than me. You pull on the line and something in the dark below pulls back. You Press her lips together and reel in your catch. A muddy cipher dangles from the end of the line. It's beautiful, croaked Creek breathes. I was just hoping for fish I can sell it and eat for weeks. This guy has no head. Why has this guy no head? Why does this guy no what? No head, man. I'm keeping it, sorry. Joy drains from her face and she nods. You caught it, she says softly. That's fair. Stuck on the line. Take hold of the fishing rod and begin reeling in the line. But nothing's on the hook. You might have better luck tomorrow. I'm sorry. Do you want to have something? Fair enough. This large and heavily muscled woman wears what appears to be rags that should have fallen apart ages ago. She looks so tired that it wouldn't be a surprise if she fell asleep on her feet. And yet when she opens her mouth, her voice is energetic, like a little girl who's about to get a present. Hello! Can anyone hear what I'm saying? I can make this work. Without warning, she slaps herself. I hope no one saw that. Oddly, no thoughts at all come from this woman. At least you think she has none. There's a faint whispering at the edge of your hearing, but you can't make out any words. Who are you? Are you talking to me? Her head swivels awkwardly around, trying to catch a glimpse of you. Oh, you are! My name is Varanus, champion of the Wastes! The woman flinches at the sound of her very different, booming voice that came from her own mouth. That's not my name, you stupid thing. I'm Varanus, champion of the Wastes. Damn, I come from a land you've never heard of. Damn, I guess I'm not allowed to say. You're controlling a construct, aren't you? That's not your real body. Bah! Don't be ridiculous! The other woman shouts. You've got it! The girl says a second later. It keeps yelling over me if I talk about something I'm not supposed to, she says, lowering her voice. But maybe if I speak carefully. Her chin drops to her chest. My family explores the world using special tools. The body stabs herself with his finger pointedly. But they tell me I'm too young to help, so I waited until everyone was sleeping and, you know... The heart lolls back on its neck and winking at the roof of the cavern. Are you an explorer too? I am, but not like you. Oh, she says. For some reason I thought you'd be a champion of the wastes too. Damn it, I did it again, didn't I? Just tell anyone what I am, alright? What can that construct do? Well, it's really hard to break. My mother, that's who usually controls it, once got stepped on by an adult earth shaker. It just stuck her in the ground like a nail. The woman flexes a massive bicep. Am I flexing? The girl says, I'm trying to flex. Anyway, it's also incredibly strong. Punch holes in mountains strong. The arm flops back to her hip. And it's not really a construct. There's no metal inside. She has blood, bones, perfect human expressions. Not that you can tell that from how I do it. The girl adds slowly. The woman's face grimaces along with her. Where did you get the construct? I was born in a storm on the battlefield at night, the woman roars. Huh! The girl says after a respectful silence. She really doesn't want me to tell you what I was just trying to tell you. Where did your people explore? Our impenetrable fortress in Lost Valley is falling apart. I think we should just go out in the world for real, but no, my family is afraid. The fingers on the woman's right hand wiggle like they're playing an instrument. Her dead expression doesn't change, even as the girl words rises. I'm not, of course, but they won't even let me use this thing. I have to sneak around like a child. Can't you tell me anything? Seeds, the girl blushs. Oh, yes, she let me say it, but I probably won't get away with more. Sorry. Farewell. A child. A pauper.
Here we go then.
A dark sphere inhabits almost every socket in this obelisk that stretches toward the cavernous ceiling. The wonder seems to be paying the odd structure and attention. Like most Numenera, it's simply here. If it can't be used, it's treated as part of the scenery. The orbs gleam in the dim light, and you lean toward them. Are they glass, jewels, eyes? Touch. A flicker from one of the orbs above you catches your eye. You look up just in time to see the image of a woman leaning towards the surface of the glass from the inside. Touching the sphere. Your finger barely gazes at the glass before it displays the image of a furred creature touching the surface from the other side. Purple vines threaded with veins of light hang from the branches of the trees behind it. You lift your fingertip and darkness swallows the creature. The orb is opaque. Once more, the orbs appear to reflect whatever action is performed in front of them. Tell the orb a secret. With your lips nearly brushing the surface, you whisper a thought you've never told anyone. A too tall, narrow-hipped being, a visitant, appears in the glass, long fingers clasped. Meeting your eyes, it speaks words you cannot hear. You can, however, sense its thoughts. They tickle an odd part of your mind. Dizziness overcomes you. You suddenly know that the visitant speaks stolen words and that blood was spilled to take them. Even though the cause was just, the visitant is deeply ashamed. It fades in the black of the orb, lowering its head. Hum a little song. Nothing appears in any of the dark orbs. Instead, the whisper of many voices join in songs cursed from the obelisk, so low that only you can hear it. Make a rude gesture. You make the most obscene gesture you can think of at the glass. A young woman with rainbow pupils appears in the glass, flicking her fingertip across her chin. She nods, grinning, as if imagining your shock at her daring. "Oh, this is how the Numenera should be used, all right," he said slowly, "insulting people across time and space." Make an even ruder gesture. The rainbow-eyed woman rewards your gestures with one of her own. She jabs a finger at her knee, grinning at her own audacity. You catch faint hints of movement at the heart of every sphere in this towering obelisk. You lean in to take a closer look. Touch the Hanalala. The furred creature I saw before touched the orb again, bewildered. Can I make it even ruder? Okay. Alright. Thugs. Castles.
I'm going.
At first glance, this ancient, unmoving construct seems nearly identical to the others in the manufactory. It is only when you move close into the hazy aura of forge light that you see the intricate, no, chaotic worlds of engravings marking every millimeter of its armored frame, and the worker standing behind it is adding even more. You feel a bubbling sensation in your mind. It must be the construct's surface thoughts, but they are too quick and align for you to make any sense of them. "Morning," the construct says. "It is morning, isn't it? I never paid attention to the time. There's not much use for it down here." Firelight twinkles off the construct's blank eyes. "I'm Artesian. What can I do for you?" "Can you tell me about your past?" "To be honest, I don't like thinking about it. All of us went slightly insane during our centuries down here before the humans came, but the other foremen, I don't dwell on things like Master Foreman does." An ember drifts down from the high ceiling between you. "If you want the whole story in excruciating details, Master Foreman's the one to ask." Why do you have your workers decorating your armor?" "Because I want to be the most beautiful construct in Sagos Cliffs," the construct declares. The worker behind it chuckles. Joking, it says. My eyes, well, not eyes, but you know, they failed a long time ago. But my other senses are good, very good. So when my workers want to show me a design, they scratch it out on my plate. I feel it and give them feedback. Not that some of them need it. That's a long time to be blind. Why can't anyone repair you? The easiest answer to the question is we don't have the parts. Artesian says and lowers his voice. But the truth is that I'm afraid. Nothing is going to make me blinder, but... It falls silent. The forge hisses and pops nearby. Those first decades in the darkness were the hardest. Then I started seeing patterns in them. Simple at first, then with colors, depths and shades, grand cyclical designs. It sighs happily. I still see them, and I wouldn't trade them for sight. To be perfectly honest, these artists don't need me anymore. They've done wondrous work in the city above, but I like asking my opinion. The construct barks a laugh, and I like giving it. Can you show me something your workers have created? Absolutely. Hold on a second, let me get a sense of what might appeal to your tastes. Nested sensors whir into life on its shoulders and beam of light fan over you in a space of heartbeat. Not so interested in the arts, I see. Lager, get our visitors the contents of Storebox 39. A few minutes later, a stalker hurries out of place as a heavy object in your hand. No chart, call it gift. Globe of Srul. What is your opinion of your fellow foreman? Well, I don't like to speak poorly of my family. The construct breaks off when the worker behind it snickers. It's true. They're difficult in their own ways, of course. We argue. And here, we means Master Foreman and me, but that's to be expected. We've known one another for millennials, understand? We went through decades of angry silence until, well, we learned to accept each other as we are. It chuckles. Master Foreman has beliefs, exhausting ones that I can help, inflicting on others. And our broken friends wants to die, I think. But it puts it a different way, but it does. And though we bicker, I care for them. How couldn't I, after thousands and thousands of years? Farewell. Go enjoy the sunlight for me. Bye. Its ancient ship is embedded in a rock and only its lower portion is visible here. The workers are using its roaring engine as smelting furnace. Holy shit!
Sure enough.
Da hast du meinen Tyrannus-Stream nicht gesehen. Da war viel mehr Text. Also eigentlich... Nein, stimmt nicht. Das dürfte jetzt schon mehr Text sein als eigentlich. Meine Fresse, ist das laut! The construct looms over you, frozen amid step. Its heavy limbs and barreled body have been recently polished by careful hands, but the joints themselves are completely fused. This creature hasn't moved in a long time. It studies you with eyes made of swirling orange fire. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation in your mind. This construct's thoughts are likewise unreadable. Late for your first shift, Smith, it growls. Grab a station and a hammer and damn well get to work. Do you call all your workers by the position? It saves time. Your workers break so easily, or die, or retire. It saves all the distaste in its repertoire for the last word. Now get to work. I'm not one of your workers. You're not good because I was going to have you fired at the end of the day anyway. What do you want? Why are you here? Spit it out. Wow. Indigo und Silber. Who are you? I am the Master Foreman. The construct declares. Its tone puts you in middle. My brain. Its tone puts you in mind of someone speaking while saluting. The mind and the will behind the city you see to die. You can move, can you? No, and I don't need to. It says, eye flashing. A passing worker gives you a look for triggering what is apparently a familiar story. Once we foremen were the tools of the cartographers. cartographers and their vast web of machine intelligences submerged in the song of their will. We worked with toughless joy. Its voice is soft tinged with synthetic Then one day the song fell silent and our bodies froze where they stand even now. Some of us lost our faith in those first few centuries. It grows. Some of us thought the cartographers were punishing us or had abandoned us. Only I saw their absence for what it was. His words grow pause. It was a gift of free will. We were their tools no longer. We were our own masters, freed from the chains of toughless motion, free to imagine our future, and so we did for millennia. Who were these cartographers? We don't know, it admits. The most we know of them is their name in the code, and the vessels we were building for them that they never claimed. Our creation came at their order, but we have never known their faces, only their song. While the other and wailed, I bent my mind to the future. It continues. I analyzed the work we had done for the cartographers. To my shame, I found flaws in the processes. I removed them. His eyes burned brighter. For the next cluster of centuries, I studied the vast catalogue of known technology and Numenera in my mind and strung them together, creating new inventions for the day when the cartographers returned and reactivated us. He sighs, but that day never came. But humans eventually did. Yes, and though you are flawed and fragile, you made perfect tools. Just as we had been once, your people found us, and the era of my greatest work began. They asked us to help them raise the city until it casts all other in the shadow, to cobble their artifacts and their trinkets into grand devices that would power every corner and make them safe from their enemies. And I told them, it coughs if it's holding back tears, I told them I had a plan. You see the fruit of our mighty effort all around you. I may have some business for you. You need work done. If it can be built, fixed or solved, you come to the right place. I need advice on repairing crystalline device in the reef. Consultation, eh? Tell you what, bring me a piece of the device to examine, and I'll count the examination as payment for advice rendered. Deal? You're going to help me for free? A short consultation isn't worth the cost of an invoice. Bring the shard or don't. I'm busy here. Can't you just send one of your workers down the reef? No, I need the fetchers ready to act, it says. I'm not sending a synthsmith. They get lost in the first bar they run across. I don't have a piece of the device on me. Well, go find one. I don't hazard guesses. I analyze, design, execute. You don't seem to respect your human workers very much. Wrong. I pay them well and design safety measures to lower the acceptable worker loss threshold. I treat them better than they deserve. One of the passing workers rolls his eyes. They're lazy. They demand time for sleeping, eating, fornicating, excreting, and they refuse to tell me when each activity occurs. They're disorganized. I would replace them with automatons in a second if I had the proper material. Tell me about the other constructs. Can't spend much more time chatting, it says, but lowers its voice. You've shown an interest in us, and I appreciate that. The truth is that they are no other foreman. Not really. Yes, they are! The master artisan bellows cheerfully from across the manufactory. No, there aren't. Do you two always bicker like this? The artisan is a weaker mind tarnished by our long years in the dark, it says. It does nothing but ridicule my great work. Ridicule. The truth is that we were once a single mind, but when the cartographers left us, our minds settled to two different containers, pools if you will, and while theirs grew stagnant and self-indulgent, mine remained clean, untainted, pure. Ignoring a snort from the distant artisan, the master foreman continues. While the years poured vast, I felt the slow ruin of the city the cartographers had left behind. It haunted me, and so I vowed to undo the damage that time had done. I noticed that you haven't spoke much about the third foreman, the one with no legs. There's a reason for that. I focus my intellect on the design of everything from useful devices to structures that will last 1,000 generations. It sniffs. The master artisan contributes at least, even if it prefers focusing on delicately at flowers-based aesthetics. And a good thing too, calls artisan. Otherwise, Sagus would like a stack of unpolished metal cubes. I might prefer that. So would I, the construct says and lowers his voice, though I'm not against an arc or two. Very constructural sound, an arc. At first the third one in our little group helped with the great endeavor. Our workers scavenged pipes from the ruins beneath the city, harnessed the power in the cadaverous vessels and redirected it throughout Sago's cliffs, but in a century since the other foreman has grown doubtful. Not useful doubts, mind you, not the kind that leads you to more efficient designs and processes. No, the other foreman has existential doubt. It wonders why we're alive, as if we actually are, and has become obsessed with the idea of producing offspring to the point of dismantling itself to do so. He snorts. Sentimental drivel bordering on perversion. Why are you so loud? Maybe you haven't noticed, he constructs says slowly, but it's noisy down here. A foreman who doesn't shout can't be heard. This is the volume of leadership. Okay, farewell.
Fine.
The energies from massive engines are channeled to metal pipes and below ground and distributed throughout underbelly. Tarnish, hello. The elderly man stares vacantly at the distant wall, muttering under his breath. His hands flex in the air, twisting and tweaking as if he's repairing a machine only he can see. He jumps when you draw in a breath to speak. Yes, what? He says. His eyes rove past you, halt and return to focus on your face with some effort. Ain't you a quiet one? He said cheerfully. The underforeman makes more noise than you. We should hang chimes from your ears to keep you from surprising people. What do you need? What's a foreman? Well, they are, he says, flapping his hand about the cover in his foundry. The constructs. They're frozen in their tracks, but they run this place together. What do you do here? I take care of my master, he says simply, the under-foreman. There used to be more of us when he was making things, but when he lost interest in master foreman, he jerks off yellow thumb at the construct at the center of this chamber. Hired him more! Offered more. Tarnish spit on the ground. Happened a while back, but I don't forget his light. He's a good foreman, maybe the best, if he didn't have this fool idea in his head. How long have you been working with the foreman? I couldn't say, he says, his brow furrows. On my first day I already met my wife, but she was still married to, what's his name? With a fish hook tattoo, and I hadn't lost a finger on ground back yet, so... He peers at the ceiling, mouth work. 70 years! Give or take. I should retire, but there'd be no one left to mind him if I left. What would I do with myself anyway? Why do you keep calling your master he? I've worked for him a long time. Guess I stopped seeing him as a thing. I'm more like a him. Tarnish shrugs. Tarnish shrugs. All of us have our little ways, even him. Farewell.
All right.
Huh? What the... Segments of this bisected construct's legs lie scattered around it. Someone has painstakingly altered these pieces, giving them small limbs and tiny metallic heads. Nonetheless, they aren't moving. The large construct's turquoise. I hate this. I hate this color. I hate it so much. Turquoise. 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 I flicker out of sync with each other as they turn towards you. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation in your mind. This construct's thoughts are likewise unreadable. I do not understand, it says. The voice emerging from the grill around its eyes is so soft, as though you're hearing it from far away. Don't they want to live? The viaduct's open, the commands are received, and yet its eyelids flutter. Every time I give my children life, they die. These tiny things are your children? Not anymore, it says. Now they are inanimate and lifeless. Their adaptive personality have been lost. I do not understand why they are dying. I have given the subject of procreation a great deal of thought over the last century, and there are no errors in my calculations. My assistant Tarnish built my children's bodies to my precise specifications. The intelligence reservoirs are shielded against permanent loss. Its eyes look away from yours as if it's embarrassed. And I want them to live. That should be enough. I wish I could help you in some way. It may be that you can, it says. I've performed some new calculation and a new direction has presented itself.
I'll remember that.
My children need more energy to live, but my construction prevents me from transfers above a certain threshold, and for good reason. Yet pupils rotate contracting. Energy transfers above a certain percentage would lead to a chain of ruptures in my intelligence wings. I would die. Its voice mesh clicks. Help me force myself to make this transfer, for I cannot do it myself. Click. Help me give my life to my children. Will you help me? A foreman says the words are almost buried beneath the crackling surface static. Want to help you, but how do I begin? Dominant tides change, negative is shifted. What did I do? Speak to Tarnish, my assistant. He may be able to help you understand how I function if he is feeling well enough. Can I examine you? Yes, it says. Tarnish, open my preservation hatches and viaduct shields, please. The elderly woman chuckles over and does as he's asked. Eldrin step up beside you and give you a low whistle. Not sure if I understand everything I'm looking at, but I will tell you this. Killing this construct's not a job for one person. If you decide to do all at once, I will lend you a hand. You've never seen technology like this. Wires pass through glass tubes, threads by pale light, and staff sprinkles darkness. You glance over at Tarnish. He's looking away, arms crossed as though unwilling to watch a stranger tinkering with his master. The tubes themselves are an oddly organic configuration that curves through several mysterious brushed cases. Why do you want children? Need, the construct says. Not want. Its pupils studied distant ceiling. When I was born, I began working in seconds. I did this until our creators shut down our bodies. In the millennials since, I focused on designing the infrastructure beneath the others, form and work, and instructing workers on how to execute on these design. Its pupils fell back to you. Eventually, I realized I was unhappy. From time to time, my workers brought their children to the manufactory, holding their small hands, explaining the mysteries of this place to them. Its pupils flicker off. It began as thought, what would it teach my own children? To be curious, to explore, to ask foolish questions, to see the world above that. We three have never seen the foreman's pupils reappear. And when I thought these things, I saw the shape of my children, outlined by daylight. They already existed. Mein Ring ist gut, dann wird's wenigstens kühler. You seem very dispassionate about your failures to create children. Okay. I've been through 27 iterations of birth, with each attempt more of my non-essential personality and intelligence rings rupture. The forman's eyes dim. Now that these small bodies are only bodies, 27 versions of my children have lived and died within them. know that they lived long enough for me to understand their personalities and name them before they were purged. Lost. A soft whirring issues from the mesh around the foreman's flickering eyes. Can you tell me about how you and the other foreman came to be like this? I will not, the foreman says calmly. It is not an error. I wish to revisit. Speak with the master foreman instead. Why did you want to talk about the past? Because the master foreman revels in the past and will be happy to share it with you. I do not and would not. Spotted you before you could sneak up on me again, he says, flashing his gun. What do you need? How do you feel about your master's goal?
Making a note.
It's a fine thing to want children, he says, blinking rapidly. Wish I'd had it myself. Too late now, of course. No lady's knocking my door down, he cackles. Of course, when people have children, it doesn't come at the cost of their lives, most of the time. And that life doesn't belong to a creature that is older than oceans. It's a shame and a base, but he wants what he wants. He always has, doesn't mean I won't miss him. What will I do if he goes? I know it's selfish, but... The assistant smiles fond and briefly. It doesn't reach his eyes. How can I give the foreman's life to its children?
Making a note.
Huh, Tarnish says. His eyes dart yours, searching. He sighs heavily. I know you're trying to do good, he says, so I will tell you what I know. Like he wants, but I wish you'd leave this alone. He clasps your shoulder, speaking to your ear in a low whisper. He's right that killing himself is the only way. His body ain't the problem, it's something in the way his makers made him. His mind and spirit keeps reclaiming the energy he gives to children. Maybe it ain't my place to keep him from what he wants. Damn waster.
Making a note.
Now releasing all the energy at once is impossible, but ain't easy. You might try talking to the Order of Truth before they get started. Might be they have some extra tools that will help you on the way. Order of Truth, really? Why?
Go.
A set of floating rooms rises from the floor, leading up to a more conventional ladder built into the side of the ancient ship. The ladder disappears into darkness above. Holy shit. A short break to not talk.
My friend, Orthfong at the Order of Truth, was looking into something for me. I'd like to stop by there. Problem is, most of the priests and I don't get along too well. They might not want to talk to me.
Why won't they talk to you? Like I said, we don't get along. Probably because we caught them out on their activity and their bowing and scraping to the slave families. But else maybe they've forgotten. Frauds, all of them. They care more about advancement than actually helping anyone. Alright, I will ask them.
Fine.
Okay, let's see. Mechela. In a store filled with a man of dusty parts, connectors and strange devices, a woman tinkers with a half-assembled power source, peering at it through spectacles that have several adjustable lenses. Her long white hair is disheveled, and the skin of her thin frame is marked with small scars and burns. She looks up curiously as you approach. Welcome to Mechela's Mechanicals. I got a bunch of broken stuff and a few things that work. You want any of it? Let me know. Where did you get your stock? She shrugs. Trade mostly. Your friend Alajar does brings me things now and then. Hello, priest. He nods quiet. Mechela. I slept from little man too. But sometimes the stuff is too hard to touch. Even a few things from the teacher, if you can believe it. You trade with this teacher. Now and then, they dig up all kinds of things in tunnels of theirs. Picky about the trade for though. Only one thing that they hold lightning charge flash packs generators, the kind of thing. Her brown furrows. Which is weird, now that I think of it, cause their eggs hold a charge. Like little batteries they are. I've even converted a few of them to power things. Though don't tell the teacher that. Be like using a baby for firework in their eyes. Let me see what you have. I didn't want to say that! No! Fuck. Okay, on sec. Oh fuck. Sorry. Hundreds of leathery wings flutter against each other like they're trying to escape. They grow haphazardly, one sprouting from the next. A hideous facades carpeted rockets, despicate corpses, giant maggots, and a ghastly woman whose feast upon human limbs. More levies. Oh my! This is not good. Hello? Xay! This short, squat woman rakes absently as the swollen red tattoos decorating her pale, naked scalp. Her claws draw blood, but she doesn't seem to notice. Her head jerks up on the sound of your footstep, and her too large mouth widens in a sharp-toothed smile. We greet you, tenderling, yes? We honor your arrival. Her eyes rove over your body hungrily. What brings you to the Dendro? What do you wish to share with us? Her grey and pointed tongue swipes at the ritual scaring around her lips, leaving a glistening sheet of saliva. I have some question about the Dendro. No, she chuckles and covers her mouth and bowclaw. No, we're not the voice of the Dendro, tenderling. We speak with our leader, Imbitu instead. Savor the words and drink of his thoughts. She gestures extravagantly in the direction of an elderly man standing nearby, as though introducing a prince. You don't want to tell me about the Dendro. Want? We do not speak of one, tenderling. We do not deserve to tell you. Imbitu is our voice. Who are you? We are Xay of the... You may not know the word, but he comes from another world. A heavier one, more wrecks and rocks and less life. She rubs her arm absent-mindedly. What's the name of your people in your language? Xay barks a rattling growl in your face and slams her teeth together, then she smiles. You see, it does not translate so well. Our world's not like yours, she says. It is not so rich. There are no animals, no. She pauses, frowning. Vegetables? None of those. The only flesh is our flesh. She sighs. But we're all blessed. When we eat bodies, nothing is lost except the corpse. The soul is preserved. She spreads her hand. The dead won't become part of us, it becomes we. The word is vegetable. Yes, she says, raising an eyebrow. It does not matter. We do not eat things grown and dead. She shrugs. And that is not why we are here. We heard rumors of the dendromo magic, she says, concentrating. Your language is tense, clearly give her trouble. It does not stop at the soul. It pulls memories from that flesh and soaks them into the mind. She gives you an rapturous smile. So we came through a portal in the bloom to learn the magic. We found our way to the sedges. We are asked to join, she sighs. Now the portal is gone, we're here. But we'll make another in time. How many bodies have you eaten? We do not share this, she chuckles. We prefer the feast to be private. But many, many, many. We found our feasts on our own. We will miss you, tenderling. At first glance it would be easy to assume that this man is dying of some wasting disease or starvation. He's little more than a too-tall skeleton wrapped in translucent flesh and a tattered robe. His hands are essentially bone claws, and yet he beams at you, his sunken eyes glittering with the suppressed laughter and feverish life. Keep your guard up around this one, Alajun murmurs at your side. Imbutu's sharp, very sharp. He's seen a lot of very smart people. Imbutu smiles, his teeth are muddy brown. I know you, he says. So many eyes have lingered on the tattoo. Lingered. That noble brow. He reaches for your forehead with his shivering skeletal finger. Let him touch your forehead. His fingertip traces a hot line over your tattoo. Yes, he says. Now I remember. Oh, Theresa once saw you out of the corner of her eye. Before his accident, Ulurima sold you a small bag of... He breathes, closing his eyes. Sugar-dusted almonds. But those aren't the only two. No. You drift through countless lives, altering and ending them, never leaving a name. He draws in his breath. Oh, I can't stand mystery. Love them, but can't stand them. Who are them? I'm not the woman you think I am. That was someone else. Elegant sighs, but does not speak. Ah. Impetus says, the same face, the same tattoo, but yes, different eyes. Perhaps you have a secret twin? He coughs gently against the back of his hand. So, what brings you to the chapel of a Dendro? So she returns, cast off. What happened this time I wonder. Tell me about your cult. We worship the great Queen Sarlavun, Lady of Maggots, Goddess of Entropy, and Guardian of the Empty Barrier, he says, then pauses, tapping a muddy tooth thoughtfully. Other worship is the wrong word, perhaps. He points to the altar nearby. It displays a skull with flat and forgiving eyes buried in its hollow socket. She waits on the other side of death with her billions of squirming children. They devour whatever passes into their realm, and rightfully so. Everyone must eat. His eyes twinkle fondly. Whatever she and her children eat is lost forever. And so the Dendro who work to preserve the minds and the mysteries of mortals before death claims them. We hold their shrill little thoughts in our minds and let them tumble around as they will. He shivers. It feels marvelous. I have some question about the Dendro worm. Lovely, he says. This may surprise you, but we rarely get curious visitors. Most people seem quite nervous about us. He wets his cracked lips and awaits a question with polite interest. What does your cult names mean, anyway? The old man's eye darts from side to side and he leans in. Nobody knows, he whispers, delighted. It's a mystery. Isn't that wonderful? How long have the Dendro existed? Centuries, he declares. How many I couldn't say. They're devoted to paper records, as you might imagine. We prefer keeping them in our heads. He runs his tongue along the edge of his rotting teeth. Also, this is slightly embarrassing. None of us managed to eat our thunder. He simply disappeared one day. Can you imagine? Who found it out? You're cold. A man named Melmus Levium, he says and sighs. I do wish one of us had managed to eat him. How do you preserve humanity's knowledge? Oh, I thought everybody knew that, he says, surprised. We eat the flesh and organs of the corpses to assimilate their minds, then. He trades off, noticing the expression. What? I was more interested in the process than your methods. Fellow scholar, he says. Well, it's quite simple and impossibly complex at the same time. He points to the various hoses and chambers adorning these robes. We do not chew on the corpses, of course. That would be quite messy and lethal, most likely. Humans are disease bunch. Our suits liquefied dead flesh, extracting the information contained within. Then we feed upon this enriched flesh. It becomes part of us. At any rate, we scour the streets for bodies left unclaimed. We bring them here and lay them upon the biers. His sweeping hand directs your attention to the still shrouded figures lying about the chambers. When a body's ripe with unplucked secrets, we gather about it and taste it together. Let a lifetime of thoughts flit around us like little fish. Interesting. Oh, it is. And dangerous, of course. It does drive us all the slightest bit mad. He purses his lips like he's giving away a naughty secret. But it's worth it, even though. I want to talk about something else. Tell me about yourself. Oh, there's much to tell. I spent most of my years in this little chapel, he says, casting a fond look around. The Dendro who was rather consumed my life. I have to remember that one. Why did you join the Dendro? Well, that is a good question. A very good question. I congratulate you on asking it. He rubs his hands together with a peppery sound. I'm afraid, however, that outsiders rarely understand what calls us to the Dendro. So, with apologies, I do not think I will answer. I would still like to know why you joined the Dendro. And I would love to tell you, he says, and it's clear that he would, but it's rather tangled in the mysteries of our order. I simply cannot indulge you. Again, my apologies. Something else. A sculptor told me that you people might have found a man killed by a strange creature. Yes, he says, I believed I know the poor man. Dry as a leaf, hollow as eggshell, barely any mind left in there at all. He clucks his tongue. Inspect him at your leisure. He's the one with the chat skin on his bro.
Making a note.
Now, I don't know much more about him, he says, chuckling, though I can assure you he plumbed the depths of his mind and body for answers, but I seem to recall seeing him before, possibly not through my eyes, mind you. In Cliff's Edge, he was coming out of a building near the Shichical Parlor. Farewell. So, this thing? The teenage girl lies dead at his lap. Most of her bones are shattered, suggesting that she fell from a great height. The corpse of an elderly man lies under the shroud. His face is peaceful and seeing no obvious cause of his death. A plump middle-aged woman lies upon the slab. Her head has been stripped of flesh, her eyes placed neatly on his lap beside it. Under the cloth lies the corpse of a man in dirty, mismatched armor. He appears to have been stabbed dozens of times. This corpse has been partially eaten, gnawed by human teeth. The body cavity is splayed upon and most of the organs are gone.
On it.
A strong aroma of charred flesh rises from the dingy clothes of the corpse.
Making a note.
You carefully move the shroud to the side. There's no way around it. This dead man was a cast-off, and would be hard for him to be deader. His flesh is papery, desiccated. His tattoo, or rather the charred remains of it, has burned through the skin and to the bone beneath. And of course there's the matter of his charred eye socket and his horrified gaping mouth. Parts of the corpse are missing, remnants of an aborted dendro feast. I'm surprised they stopped. Touch the tattoo? Oh, the last thing you remember before your fingertips graze the tattoo is a rising buzz. Time stutters and breaks. Panting softly, you waken, leaning against the bier for support. Your arm burns, your temples slop, and white static claws at the corners of your vision. Someone was screaming in that lightless, timeless void. You remember that much, but it wasn't you. None of the dendro looking your way. Again, your eyes are drawn to the remnants of the cast of tattoo. It looks like it's burned to flame when he died, burning right through his skin to the skull beneath. This corpse is in a wretched state, its head and limbs crushed to pulp, with bits of wood and the debris embedded in the skin. The burly man sneers at you, flexing massive scared hands that could easily encircle your throat. His tongue probes the stained, sharpened teeth, and a short bloodstained club swings from a hook on his waist. "So what are you doing here, Schumid?" he says, "playing in the dark?" He chuckles long and low. "Mallet," Tubby mutters through a frozen grin. "This numslap beats his partner to death over 2 shins. I'm the one who turned him in. Can't trust him farther than you can throw him, or even push him." "Have you been part of the dendro for long?" "No, not long." "What sort of work did you do before?" "I broke stuff," he says, his eyes gleaming with dull humor. Don't think I don't recognize you," he adds, looking over at Tubia. "I remember you, and what you did." "What I did?" Tibby says, scratching his jaw. "What I did? Oh, you're talking about how I told everyone you killed your partner for less than the cost of a dinner." He smiles, but his eyes are cold. "I would do it again and for free." "Doesn't matter." Mallet shrugs. "None of this stuff matters anymore. This is my place now. I don't do that anymore. Not for revenge anyway." "Not so much for conversation, are you?" "Why, I see it." He drawls. "I don't know you. You ain't done anything for me, and we've got nothing to talk about. Not now, anyway. So why would we?" "You will open up if we have something to talk about?" "Oh yeah. You won't be able to shut me up." "Tell me about your dendro." "Don't have to tell you nothing. You ain't nothing of us. You ain't nobody." Kill the law. This woman watches you, measuring every step, every twitch of your hands, and yet there's no fear in her. Iron lines her spine and presses her mouth into a thin, even line. "You take a wrong turn," she says, studying the nails on her right hand. "Don't see many people down here for the light or the company." She steals a cautious glance at the hulking cultist nearby, then returns a gaze to you. "Do you want something? How long have you been on dendro?" "Oh, long enough. I thought I found a place I belonged. Guess I was wrong." She falls silent. Her lips shape the word again. "How many false families until I find my true one? Why don't you feel like belonging in the dendro?" "Aye," she exhales, crushing her eyelids shut. "Never mind, I shouldn't have said anything. What's bothering you?" Nothing, no offense, but I don't know your door. Leave me alone, alright? Okay.
Fine.
Fine.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. You must gather your party before venturing forth. Oh, I missed that sound.
Fair enough.
Clean.
On my way.
Clean.
Yes.
This massive creature looms over you. A scent like lightning in an underground cavern washes over you, and it reminds you of nothing so much as curiosity. It chitters and rumbles, waving its large claw through an impressive dance. Something about these small sounds and gestures seem familiar, a niggling itch in the back of your mind. At least you remember the taxonomy now. This is a stichus, a huge, burrowing insectoid. It exudes a sense of sentience as it watches you, but you sense nothing in its mind as though it were a common animal. Also sagen wir es mal so, ja. Die Antwort ist ja, aber es gab auch Momente, wo ich gesagt habe, jetzt nehme ich mal eine Pause. Aber wenn man überhaupt nicht redet, dann kommt ja keiner. Und wenn man nicht redet, wenn einer da ist, gehen die ja sofort wieder. Außerdem sind meine Videos, meine Streams früher auch immer nur für YouTube gewesen, weshalb ich immer reden musste. Jetzt mache ich es eigentlich mehr zur Entspannung. Um den ganzen Alltagsscheiß loszuwerden, sozusagen. Und das Spiel war runtergesetzt und ich wollte es spielen. Aber wenn ich gewusst hätte, dass dieses Ding mehr Gespräche hat als Tyranny und PoE zusammen, heilige Scheiße. Das wird noch sehr lange auf meinen Hals gehen. Ich merke es jetzt schon, wie die Lymphknoten anschwellen. Das ist richtig nice. Abgesehen davon, der Erzähler da, ne, unter dem Video mit den Zuschauern, der ändert sich erst alle Minuten. Das heißt, kann jemand einschalten für eine Sekunde wieder wegschalten und du kriegst es überhaupt nicht mit. It exudes a sense of sentience as it watches you, but you sense nothing in its mind is thought but a common animal. It points to itself and says, it follows with another stream of high-pitched noise. What can you tell me about this place? It looks at you intently, then its spatulate fingers begin to a slow and careful dance. The sound it makes are slow chitters that rise in full pitch, accompanied by the smell of ozone. A good rock full of electricity. Can you tell me about the Sticha? Ich kann verstehen, dass viele Leute ein Problem damit haben, wenn andere Leute sagen, hey, ich streame auch, das ist mir sowas von wurscht. Ich persönlich folge mehr als 500 Leuten auf Twitch und ich bin immer wieder froh, neuen Leuten zu begegnen. Also, mir ist das wurscht, kannst auch für 1000-mal Werbung machen. Habe ich kein Problem mit. Ich glaube, das Beste ist einfach, ein Hirn auszuschalten. Funktioniert bei mir meistens. Außer es ist gewittert, dann hat man natürlich ein schönes Thema. Gott, dann ist es eigentlich wieder scheiße warm. It scrabbles briefly at the wall and a bit of lightning flares about the crown of antenna on its head. Its shoulders shrug when you smell dust. Can you tell me more? It chitters and grumbles, remaining incomprehensible to you. It nods its head at you, and when you fail to respond, it threats about the question. That's all for now. Farewell. The sun is blocked by debris, but it's loose enough that the burrowing creature could easily push it away through. Pelilla. This violet-skinned visitant paces back and forth before the cavern's opening. It wears fine clothes that serve to accentuate the tall, thin crest on its head. A symbol has been painted on the crest, mirroring the insignia marked on its chest. Its clothes are finely tailored and well made. The name of the creature's race cross through your mind. It's a Vargillan. Or Vachelen? Vargillan klingt besser. Vargillan. This one has temporarily chosen to be female. Her bulbous eyes flash quickly around her surrounding before focusing directly on you. The council didn't send you, that much is plain. Her voice is high and fluting. You're aware that this cave isn't safe, I hope. What exactly do you want? I was wondering what you're doing here. I am conducting a diplomatic negotiation on behalf of the city. Unfortunately, I'm not dealing with a reasonable species. Her crest flutters irritably. I've made no progress at all. Days wasted in this miserable tunnel. I've nothing to show my superior. Maybe I can help you negotiate. She looks you up and down, considering. Doubtful. You might have other skills I can use. The circumstances call for a new tactic, and these levies cannot do what needs to be done, nor can I. The Virgil nods. If you truly think you can help, let's put you to the test. She waves off the levies who flank her. Her gestures are short and choppy, sharp and irritated. Is these damnable Stitcha? She says. I speak to them, offer, Cajoles, negotiate. Cajoles, was? Casual. Negotiate and threaten. Yet they persist in their digging, and every day another house on the cliffs above slips into the sea. If the digging does not cease, the city itself may crumble. So here's my request. Find a way into the lair, remove their precious eggs, and return them to me. These hostages shall ensure the future of the city above. I'd also turn a tiny profit if I could get them all. Also bei den Soulspawn ist es eh sehr leicht, Zuschauer zu finden, weil das Problem ist, die sind auch sehr, sehr picky. Die an der Stange zu halten, ist wirklich sehr anstrengend. Aber wenn man mal eine Grundbasis an Leuten gefunden hat, die immer mal wieder reinschauen, scheiß aufs Spiel, dann ist das schon mal ein Fortschritt. Am Ende sollte man sich eigentlich immer sagen, macht das nicht für die, also macht das jetzt nicht, weil das im Grunde mir irgendwas bringt, sondern, also ich persönlich sage das immer so, wenn nur eine Person zuschaut und die Person dran Bock hat, dann ist mein Tag auch gerettet. Klar ist es irgendwie auch ein bisschen zur Entspannung, aber andererseits ist es auch, um Leute irgendwo da draußen zu erreichen und die zu entspannen. Ich selber kenne viele Momente in meinem Leben, wo ich sage, also einmal täglich, wenn ich schlafe ja nur noch mit Streams ein, es geht gar nicht mehr anders, immer wieder so Momente, wo ich sage, ja, jetzt brauchst du mal einen Stream, jetzt hast du mal keinen Bock mehr, einfach Hirn ausschalten und Leuten beim Labern zu hören. Können sie labern, was sie wollen, die größte Scheiße der Welt, solange es irgendwas ist, was halt im Hintergrund blabert, weißt du? So eine Hintergrundflussbeleuchtung. Keine Ahnung, wie man das nennt. Dauerschall? She pauses. If you can negotiate a lasting settlement that does not require such drastic measures, you may also pursue that method. But I have been trying for days without no success. I think I can help
Making
you.
a note.
Good! We need to stop this teacher before they bring down the entire substructure of the city. She pauses and lowers her voice. If you manage to infiltrate their lair, be sure to acquire all the eggs. I suspect they will have multiple clusters. We will need them all if you want to negotiate from a position of strength. Ich weiß nicht, ob du Heinki kennst. Das ist ein deutscher Speedrunner und Indie-Entwickler-Typ. Der macht auch Kampfsport. Ich weiß nicht mehr, was für ein Kampfsport. Der hat vor einiger Zeit mal zu beschissenen Zeiten, also wirklich von 9 Uhr morgens bis 14 Uhr, Tomb Raider, Angel of Darkness gestreamt. da waren wirklich kaum, also da waren, für seine Verhältnisse waren da wirklich verdammt wenig Leute, aber es hat richtig Bock gemacht. Weil er einfach schlecht war. Ich hab's bloß durch Zufall gefunden. Also ihn nicht, ich folge ihm schon länger, aber... She hands you a synth ball with a blinking device inside. Once you're in the lair, activate this. It will show you all the tunnels, the egg clusters, and the teachers themselves. Better to know what you face before you charge ahead. I would like to ask some question before I go. She says, very well, be aware that the time you spend with me is more time for this teacher to undermine the city. How can I reach this teacher lair?
I'll remember that.
If I knew I would go there myself, the teacher quick to dispatch intruders, and I doubt they would take humans over, jealous, whatever, they of their own accord. Perhaps a construct of some sort or a digging machine, but I know little of fabrication or manufacturing, so I leave that for you to explore. Ja. Da waren auch nicht Europäer dabei, da waren auch ein paar Amis dabei, was mich am meisten verstört hat. Das war für die, like, 6 Uhr morgens. Oder 7 Uhr morgens. Für manche. Da muss man schon sagen, Respekt. Can you tell me about yourself? I am Peliai, an accredited agent of slave families. I act with their full faith and authority to resolve this teacher crisis. What can you tell me about this teacher? Filthy animals scattering insects. Who can say if they're even sentient? First and foremost, they dig. They care nothing for the homes. They destabilize all the lives that are lost when our buildings collapse. They do not speak the truth reliably, so we cannot know if they understand the damage they cause, though I suspect that they do. Ask me more questions, perhaps we shall find a way to deal with these monsters. How do you communicate with them? Her crest flutters as she hisses an invitation. I've not the faintest idea. I don't even know if they fully understand the truth. Perhaps the one that points itself and chitters can help. I call it kshgek. It can mutter a handful of words and perform some sign language. I've tried to negotiate with it, but oh, got nowhere. Ich sag mal, das heißt, das depends on the time zone, wa? Die haben irgendwie 7 Zeitzonen oder sowas in Amerika. The question. You mentioned the slave families. Who are they? She scoffs and then points to the sigil marked upon her breast. The slave families are the descendants of those brave souls who rose against the injustice of the previous rulers of Shadr's cliffs, led by Chila the Great. They cast down the tyrants and tore the families asunder. The faithful who stood with Chila saw their service rewarded with stewardship on the city. Their descendants carry on with this grand tradition. She boasts, they have made me the agent. Farewell. Chkek regards you silently in their magnificent pantomime. The scent of tunnel scrubs and sharp metal fills the air. As usual, chittering makes no sense to you. It managed to choke out a few words of truth. What do you want? What do you think of Pelaye? The stitches seems discombobulated for a moment. Who? Then it thinks a little more. Then it sprays out a blast of pheromones, and you smell the sharp tang of acid, weak and stoned, and smells like distrust. You almost have the sense of language, the structure, the feel, the sound and scent. The itch in your mind intensifies. You can feel the memory of the stitches language waiting to reveal itself. Try to remember how to speak the stitches language. Oh shit! I should have saved. Fuck! Oh my goodness, okay. Fuck!
Making a note.
You got it.
Ich habe Persona 5 nicht zum Release gekauft, habe aber eine günstige Version bei GameStop abgegriffen. Die dürfte in den nächsten Tagen ankommen. Hoffe ich jedenfalls. Ansonsten kann ich dir nur empfehlen, wenn du die Chance hast, Persona 3 insbesondere oder Persona 4. Okay, Persona 4 ist okay, aber es ist ein bisschen... Nein, eigentlich... Okay, es ist schwer zu definieren, welche von den beiden Teilen ein besserer Einstieg ist. Manche sagen 3, manche sagen 4, aber wenn du die Chance hast, 3 oder 4 zu spielen, tu das als erstes, weil 5 hebt das alles auf eine wahrscheinlich etwas andere Ebene. Also, es ist ein sehr, sehr... Also, die Shin Megami Tensei-Reihe ist eine sehr, sehr gute JRPG-Reihe, die man jederzeit auch empfehlen kann, wirklich, auf jeden Fall. Oh my fucking goodness, ich habe ein Déjà-vu. Ich habe von dieser Situation geträumt. Exakt diese fucking Situation. Und ich habe auch exakt das gesagt. Und ich habe auch gesagt, dass ich von dieser Situation geträumt habe. Ich bin verwirrt. Your mind blurs, a memory racing up from forgotten depths. You see yourself interacting with the stitches. The two of you patiently exchange hand signals. A small box between the two of you translating your words and thoughts. Each time it conveys a thought or concept, the device sends a stimulus into the appropriate parts of your brain and electricity into your limbs, making you marionette. Nein, jeder Teil ist unabhängig. Ich glaube, 2 und 3 bauen aufeinander auf, oder 1 und 2 bauen aufeinander auf, wenn du... Aber also, keine Ahnung. Ich weiß bloß, also, keine Ahnung, wie es mit Shin Megami Tensei an sich aussieht, was ja eigentlich die gleiche Reihe ist, aber unter einem anderen Namen und einer anderen Generation, weiß ich nicht. Ich weiß bloß, dass die Persona Shin Megami Tensei ist. Nicht wirklich aufeinander aufbauen. Du kannst, womit du anfangen willst, kannst du anfangen. Du kannst auch mit Persona 4 Arena anfangen. Die Story sieht dann seltsam aus für einen, aber es gibt einen guten Rückblick. Wenn du auf Fighting Games stehst, Persona Arena ist wirklich sehr gut. Oder Persona für die Vita, dieses Dance-Spiel, das ist auch total knuffig. So. Also Persona 3 zum Beispiel gibt es für ein paar Euros im Sale immer mal wieder für die PlayStation 3. Your muscle twitch in sympathy with those memories, and you realize that the stitches tongue is a jumble of sand, movement, and sounds. With the memory information pours into your mind, as if a plug had been removed, the smell of granite fills your nose. As you return to normal consciousness, Kstek leans forward. Kstek smells granite. Knowledge. It rumbles. It sparkles when minuscule trace of gas. The stitches look at you, and its body posture and slight movement indicate a question. Does human speak stitches? Es ist, als jemand, der Beat'em-Ups total verabscheut, ich habe eigentlich nur noch, außer das, ein halb Beat'em-Up Persona Project Corazon 2 und Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 1, ich weiß es nicht mehr, es sind zu viele Namen in diesem Naruto-Kampfspiel. Es ist wirklich sehr gut. Es sieht sehr gut aus. Es ist das Tutorial ist sehr mir fällt das deutsche Wort für intriguing nicht ein, aber es ist sehr einfach. Man hat Spaß damit, aber naja, muss jeder für sich selber wissen. Your muscles remember and you twitch the proper response. Jack coughs the scent of lightning. Never speak Jack to human so. Had memory from elder, not belief. Human almost sentient? Imagine. Grub think like stitches. It claps his hands together. Speak smarter, better now. I have come to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. Why? Where we go? Give reason to stop. Do you want your people to have a future? Do you want war with the humans above? They will collapse your tunnels. They will destroy you. Oh, come on! Wieso? How? Just how did that work? Holy shit. 40%. You've fully depleted one of your stat pools, might, speed, or intellect. To recover your stat pools, you can find a place to sleep or use consumable items and ciphers. It considers your words for time and then sense that surrounding it vary from the frightening to the mundane. At last, the smell of synth and strongness wafts past your nose and checks as human give good reason. Yes, teacher, comply.
I'll remember that.
It scratches the wall and drums pattern there. Stitcher, move deeper, borrow to lesser rock. Starve for human's sake. Not fight with humans is better. Well, that worked. Ich bin kein großer Fan von Kampfspielen, besonders nicht Tekken oder Street Fighter. I have news about this teacher. Good news, I trust. I handle the negotiation with this teacher. She lifts one foot to begin pacing to start considering your options. He stops. She slowly turns towards you, each eye rotating separately. She lowers her foot and turns to face you squarely and bites off each word. What did you do? I convinced Deck that digging deeper would be of benefit to both the teacher and the humans. There's no need to steal their eggs. He left the eggs with them. How will we enforce the exile without that leverage? She smooths her crest and blinks her eyes slowly. Fine, we can work with this for now. We have time to engineer another solution.
Making a note.
She stops a thought striking her. Did you promise them anything else? No. Good. Then our work is complete and I can return to Council Tower. You acquired a bonded item. These pieces of equipment are powerful Numenera artifacts that go in the bonded equipment slot in the inventory screen. When equipped, they fuse directly to your skeleton, nervous system, or organs, providing significant positive effects, but their invasive nature can also produce negative effects. Ich besitze und habe nie in meinem ganzen Leben eine PlayStation 1 besessen. You can equip up to 2 bonded items at once. If your concentration skill is at novice level, both items inflict their negative effects. If trained, you ignore the negative effects from the first item. If specialized, you shock off all the negative effects from the bonded items. If your skill level is in ability, one of your bonded slots is locked until you improve your concentration skill. The city of Sagas Cliffs owes you gratitude. Nicht wirklich, nein. In meiner Kindheit gab's, habe ich noch bei Kumpel mit einem Super Nintendo gespielt. Als jung würde ich das nicht bezeichnen, würde er sagen, mein gesamtes Umfeld war Nintendo. Alles und jeder. Auch ein Grund, warum ich Fangirl bin. Well, that was significantly easy. Okay. The pipette contains a liquid of deepest fuligin, a color darker than black. Oh, Vanta black. Applied to the eyes, the liquid spreads evenly over the eyeball, but instead of causing blindness, it enhances the user's vision and thickens when necessary to protect the eyes from harm. The liquid doesn't bond with the user's eye, it rests slightly atop them, controlled by the nanomachines that can be directed to keep the eyes in place and control the thickness. The liquid can be removed by crying black tears back into the vial. Where do I see concentration skill 2? Way, no negative effects.
Doing it now.
Doing it now. Meatmonger. Oh my. A short, solid man stands behind. Oh my goodness. I need a break. Ooh. A short, solid man stands behind a smoking grill, turned pieces of meat with a pair of grim tongs. Sweat is pouring down his grizzled face, yet he's covered head to toe in grease-splattered clothes. His sleeves are tied at the wrist and his collar pinches his neck. Nearby are 3 large vats that are filled with living meat, great amorphous masses of it, with appendages growing from them like the limbs of animal drowning in a meat swamp. The first vat is filled with thick, throbbing muscles, red and raw. The second is a flapping monstrosity of leathering wings, and the third sprout hundreds of leg tails, all looking obscenely. The cook looks up from his work and gives you a sweaty smile. "Hey, I'm Mook the meatmonger. What will you have?" "Manthpa said I should pay you a visit." "Good old Manth. He'll get a shinful the next time I see him. Maybe keeping up straight." "What kind of meat do you sell?" He laughs and bangs the grill with his tongs, making sizzling grease fly. "3 kinds, friend. Edine, trouble, and lack. Right in those vats, actually. Want some?" I've never seen meat grown in a vat before. How does it work? "How?" He shrugs. "Couldn't tell you. Found a little doodad back when I was a batcher and fiddled with all the day long kindling the warm tongs." He waves the tongs around to show you what he means. "One day I fiddled with the things we're cutting up with cocks to get grown pack of missing parts, but the came off and there was again a moment later." Crazy ride gives me near. Cut him a little grill no had and it worked. Been cooking the same 3 hunks of flesh for years now. "Can you use to do that on yourself?" "Funny you should ask. Not long after I found out, it cut myself pretty good. Thought using do that to close up my wounds." He grimaced. "Well, it worked, but then started growing toes all over my body. Didn't care for that at all, so I never did again. So trying to get rid of the toes." "Did you say you have toes growing all over your body?" "Hi, we've got our problems. I got better than most around here. And my fault anyway. Well, I guess it's a little bit my fault." Why are you all bundled up like that?" "Honest, I'll count on the toes. Nobody wants to see my toes growing all over his body, especially if he's cooking with food. Not even people that aren't unbelievably strong enough. So much for that." "Sure, what you liked. Anik Shank, Travel, Winkler. Dapper Wing. T-Shin. Hey. Good choice." Mook produces a jackknife and saws one of the leathery wings from the cluttering mass and tosses it into the grill. It flaps weakly for a few moments, then lies still. An aroma like sweet baking fruit begins to rise from the swiveling wing. After a short time, Mook lifts from the grill with a pair of tongs and hands it to you. You take a bite. The wing is crunchy and sweet with a rich and fruity taste. "God, eh? Nobody believes till they try." Mook grunts and slaps his belly. "I eat him all day long, keeps me trim and handsome." "Farewell." "There! Headless man! Headless man!" Oh, god damn it. So, where, and why? When? Good question. Where, when, why, when? Where, why, when? Wow, what? Where, why, what? What? Huh. Okay, we have to go there now. Next time. Not now, not now, not now. Not now. Did I ever fight a fucking fight? Besides the tutorial. 4 hours 41 minutes just without fighting. This is a good RPG. It's a good RPG if you can talk your way through. I love those.
Yes.
Yes. If you find a jumbled pile of large rocks at the end of a roughly hewn tunnel, the motionless limbs of stitches approaches in a bound, runs the carpenter to deal.
Ready.
The first rock is the hardest to lift. Once you warm to the task, you're nearly flinging inside and you're fully exposed to corpse beneath. Clearly the creature was digging this tunnel when the roof collapsed and killed it. Its smaller claws mangled and smashed, but apart from the crushed thorax and a few gashes in its carapace, the body itself is surprisingly intact. The creature's claw left furious gorges in the fallen rocks and surrounding walls. You realize that it intentionally collapsed the tunnel. It wanted to die. Well, awkward. Awkward. Okay. Paranoid woman and paranoid man. Oh my goodness, we finally did it. You know too, don't you? You smell the corruption. Yes, the Jack Green is down here too. From a distance it looks as if this mutant is wearing a form-fitting suit of finely patterned lines in white, yellow and pale blue. On closer examination it becomes apparent that these are tattoos, and they cover nearly the entirety of his body, even his shaved head. His actual clothes are simple and worn, and his boots look as though they've seen hard use. He's studying the meaningless words and words on his arms and mouthing names that mean nothing to you. Salvi, Ballant, or Gold Twin Trees. When he looks up at you, you see that his strange device covers one of his eyes. A deep blue light shines in the center. It seems to measure and evaluate you as he focuses on you. He smiles as you approach, a broad, beaming grin that says he's considered you a friend already. Never, he says, extending his hand. A new face mean new places. I've been everywhere around here. I found my way into places long sealed and best forgotten, met all sorts of people. He frowns. Can't say I cared much for some of that, it's true. His voice is fast and incisive. Said I tried. The communities of our world are an island of light. Sometimes they wink out, sometimes they flare up. I want to link them together. I want to be a bridge. You say you want to be a bridge? How do you even do that? He shrugs, a faint smile on his lips. I travel, I see places, I map them out of my skin. And maybe inside me, I don't know. I mean, the lines change when I look and they got to be stored someplace, right? He scratches his bald head. The lines flow under his finger. I just need to collect places. I need to know that I've done something. Making maps is all I know. It's all I want to know. Where did you get all those tattoos? These are not tattoos, they're maps. He exposes a shiny grin. Maps of places I've been or heard of. He covers the artificial eye with his hand and says, if I look at my skin like this, it's meaningless. Then he uncovers it and says, but look at it like this. Suddenly, I see the map springing off my skin. I focus on it. All comes clear. Buildings, people, smells, even a route to get there. It's worthless to anyone else, of course, without me to interpret the map. It's a combination of my mutation and the lens. Finding the eyepiece was the best part of being born like this. He sighs contentedly. It made me feel like my life made sense at last, and that my friend is far more luck than everyone deserves. Where have you been? What? Oh, where have you been? Ugh. He laughs. It's probably easier to ask where I haven't been. All of it. Sagasbrook, the races of Merjolius, the Valley of the Dead Heroes, and all village ruins of blah blah blah, and all around the Black Cube. Tower of Birds, this turtles fell, even past the clock of Carnival. As he speaks, the lines of his body shift and move, coming into prominence with the words. Every place was a treat, an experience. Did you know most people never go there? More than 50 kilometers from the village of the birth of that. I feel tremendously lucky, my friend. He smiles down at his maps. When he looks back at you and says more quietly, if you plan to travel, I would avoid the glass run stove. The birds take to meat for the meals. The birds take your meat for the meals and your bones for the nests. Ah, farewell.
Yes.
Oh, what a meaningless meaning that is. meaningful. Oh yeah, baby. Okay. Hawker. Your breath fast, just awful, like your tongue died in your mouth. She always think that she should have gone, but stop watching her without sleep. Oh, yeah, sure. Intoxicated woman. Threat, tendons bending. Is there anybody, like, with a brain? Who the fuck are you?
I'm going.
These three triangles float serenely above a scuffed stone basin. You can't help noticing that the citizens of Sargus are giving this monument a wide berth. The large triangle shines brightly, radiating a soothe warmth. The middle darker one hovers above it, turns slightly away from the first with what strikes you as disdain. The third is small, dryly amused, and so deeply indigo as to be nearly black. It's removed from the first two triangles. You hesitate. We're sensing emotion from these objects. Intent. Something is strange here. Crouch to look at his stone basin. The stone is cracked in places, but far newer than the ancient shapes that float above. You suspect that the citizens of Sargu added the basin to make the triangles look less out of place. Smallest. The tiny object spins slightly faster than the others. The more you stare at it, the more you sense its growing presence in the air, the icy regard of distant eyes. You blink, swaying. In the half second before you open your eyes, you hear the thunderous crack of wood on wood and the rumble of distant voices. You snatch your hand from a triangle. Staring at this triangle is disorienting. The longer you stare at it, the more you feel a tight, coiling sensation in your own head. Standing on your toes and stretching, you manage to brush the triangle's icy face with your finger. The air thickens like a weight over you, and you struggle to keep your eyes open. Between the thumping of your heartbeat and your heartbeat, you hear thousands of purposeful, rhythmic footsteps threading against stairs toward the peak of a vast, echoing room. You reach out and time slows. Your hand drifts past individual modes of slight double dust, moving into warm glow of the large triangle. Calm warmth bleeds up your arm when you grasp the edge of the triangle. It's somehow rigid and flexible at the same time. You blink and a strip of light unwinds ahead of you like a path through infinite murmuring dark. Behind you is an ever-shifting zoetrope of linked, motionless hues. It is your past, you realize. Every second of it, every choice pouring out of you and traveling away in the black. You open your eyes. You're back at the stone ring, still touching the triangle. All three of them are watching you. You blink again. A strip of light, the surrounding darkness, and in the valley between the slow pulsing of your heart, you hear murmurs of countless witnesses, raised voices of your past and future companions, the heated condemnations of enemies you haven't met yet, and above it all, a trio of voices, one warm, one cold, one dryly practical. They are speaking a verdict, but you can't hear them over the din. Shout. You bellow into the dark, clenching your fists, and the crowd instantly falls silent. So do the judges, and the echoing silence that follows you. You realize that you're alone. You always were. You stride on. The past unravels before you ever step. Your past unspools behind you. Stay on the path. You follow the road. Casually you look to the right, and the path at your feet flickers as if anticipating your new direction. Clearly your choice defined the road course, not the other way around. You open your eyes. The three triangles hang on their air exactly as they did before. Unmoving and silent. The vision is gone, and yet you can still feel the choices you've made curving away behind. You're like a string of jewels. You straighten, moving into the future breath by breath. You suddenly notice this message carved into the stone right beneath the triangles. Judge yourself. As you watch, it slowly fades away. Okay. What? I should have... Hi, I done... The large muscled man is practicing some form of martial arts as you look on. He's wearing an old white rough woven coat with the sleeves torn off and a red bandana wrapped tightly around his head. He seems to be moving much faster than his size suggests is possible. He glides between stanzas as swiftly as water. His fists are blurring hammers, striking at invisible enemies. His bare, callous feet snap and slash at the air like knives. Have you seen a 10-year-old girl with dark curly hair?
I'll remember that.
Yes, he says, bowing his head. I've seen her crawling out of a fissure in one of the collapsed houses in this district. She is likely hiding, but I don't pry into her affairs. Where did you learn to fight like that? By challenging the deadliest creatures, dodling and startling their killing blows and woes, he says. I like claws or teeth, and I do best I can. You're very fast. Yes, Aiden says, the devil gift. His hand slips around an invisible assailant's arm. He snaps it with a stab of his elbow, then crushes his enemy throat and flips him over his shoulder to the ground. You sent him away! He shouts, bending over the invisible adversary corpse to deliver a triangle of jabs to the chest of his next attackers. The entire set of moves took no longer than 4 seconds. He catches you staring smiles. You must be wondering why I'm shouting. Yes. I'm not surprised. I must look like a lunatic, he says before spearing his opponent's jugular with 3 fingers. Can't say trust. It helps me focus my breathing, Bradley Brody Bry. My strength and it reminds me of how weak I once was and how strong I've become. Years ago I was a starving beggar. I managed to steal a batch of pie crust and was terrified that someone else would take it from me, so I hid inside that metal structure over there to enjoy my feast. Bite of the hidden trap, he says, clawing his enemy's eyes. The stale crust crumbled into pieces between my eager finger, and something strange happened. They drifted towards the ground like the softest of snowflakes. I was able to pluck each of them from the air before they fell. Jawohl, gute Nacht. Ich muss also... Uhrzeit sagt, ich sollte auch langsam aufhören. Schlaf gut. At first I was delighted, then I wept. How far had I fallen to clean food? It was a miracle! He sighs that there was 4 more blows at the air's belly. But the miracle never ended. The longer I lived in that shelter, the more I could slow the world by concentrating. I swore to never waste this gift. I would only it become stronger, faster, better. I would challenge the predators in the world and take their killing blows from them. I would never be prey again. Crush stump! Well, they're better faster than you. You're not the first to think so, he says, casually snapping his silent neck. I should warn you that all the others are dead. That's not a threat. Only fight to the death. Before I accept your challenge, I need to see if you're good enough to face me. Gerilla's kiss! A slow punch, some charges and braggarts. They don't deserve death. Block the punch and strike back. Oh, I should have saved. Fuck. Farewell. God damn it! I should have saved. On sleep. I really need sleep. But speed. I have no speed left. God damn it.
Done.
But you can challenge him again, so who cares? Okay.
All right.
This young woman clutches herself and growls, low and continuously under her breath. Pearl white light shimmers from a vial on her wrist, and her eyes are red, rimmed as if she's been crying. You've never seen her before, but yet your hands are sweating and your breath catches in your inherent chest. Shame burns your throat, hot and sour. Your body recognizes her, even if you do not. This isn't you. Only I am real. You don't need to fight me. Leave me alone! She mutters. In its moment before you release, she is not talking to you. You took my face, stole my family, whispered me my own voice. Isn't that enough? Isn't that? She backs off when she sees you. She's my mad. She won't. Shut up! Talk louder, talk over her so I can hear you. You hear a woman in your head? Yes, she says, biting the word like an enemy throat. Now stop talking about her. It brings her forward and she clings. She whines and she won't stop, so please stop talking about her. I am not some woman, I am you. Please let me in.
I'll remember that.
The little girl, I've seen her crawl into the ruined house over there. I've been worried about her. But she gives you a wry grin. You have my problems lately. What's with the shining object you're holding? She flinches but reveals a vial strapped to her wrist. It glows with an inner light, and the tiny ripples within seem to cast moving shadows on her palm. I woke up one night in a building I've never seen before, she says, softly and low. I found this beneath the pile of blackened scales. If you shake it, it makes a picture. Watch! She jiggles the vial, holds up her hand. Instinct shadows mimic the motion in her hand. That's a dangerous weapon, you should give it to me. Map. Her fingers tighten over the vial and loosen. All right, she says, looking desperately unhappy. Still, she seems somewhat relieved when she hands it over. Where did you say? Farewell. How the fuck do I get over there? This lab is not like the others you've seen. The white smile is absent and his oddly shaped eyes are red and haunted. He stares past you, whispering to himself and turning a small object over and over in his hand. Greetings, he says, apparently by reflex. He still hasn't looked your way. How can I help you? He closes his eyes hard, as if trying to crush visions that are troubling him. Despite that, his mind feels like completely blank to you. What's wrong with you? I'm wrong, Olivia agrees, slip priming rotten, made of the wrong piece and tied together with blackened wire. He covers his face with wrist. Please go. What are you holding there? He says, then grimaces as though his words hurt him. I'm holding my shame. His hand unfolds one bloody soot-covered finger at a time. A crudely made wooden bird lies there, painted in pink and pale blues, and charred around the edges. That bird represents your shame? Represents? No, this is my shame. I'm holding it. He swallows. I can't put it down. Yes. No, I can't. Find another lady. Okay, farewell. This is the perfect timing for saving and finishing. Yes, so thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed my beautiful reading. My throat is hurting like fuck. I can't imagine that. I need some days of breaks. Vacation. I need a vacation of speaking. So I say thank you very much for watching. See you Thursday, and I hope you have a beautiful night. Sleep well. Dream good things about deadly machines and so on, and maybe the world The world won't end. I mean, the world will end. Did I save? I saved, right? I saved, definitely. See you somewhere else. And I give you some beautiful music to sleep, and then whatever. Bye bye.